Let's travel back in time to one of the most fateful and devastating moments in the entire history of our planet. For the beings that inhabited Earth at that time, it was more than just a dramatic episode. For them, it was the end of all existence. I'm talking about the very day when a colossal boulder from space, the size of Mount Everest, pierced the atmosphere and crashed down on the world, changing it forever. For over 150 million years, dinosaurs reigned supreme on Earth. They weren't just the stars of their time, they were the entire cast, from the leading actors to the extras. But in one fiery instant, their great saga was cut short, and life itself was forced to desperately seek new paths. We exist today only because of this cosmic catastrophe, this monstrous accident, this unimaginable chaos. Today, we will delve into what Earth became after this collision. We will learn what this new world looked like, what it smelled like, who survived it, who was wiped off the face of the planet, and how from the ashes of this apocalyptic event, something was born that would one day lead to our emergence. But before we embark on this journey into the depths of our planet's memory, let's pause for a moment. Imagine that distant, long-gone world. The Earth trembles from a monstrous impact. The air darkens with dust kicked up into the sky. Creatures that have known no true fear for millions of years suddenly freeze in stupor, staring skyward at a sight their minds cannot comprehend. Amazing, isn't it? How a single event 66 million years ago can resonate so powerfully even in this very moment we share. Now let's begin our walk. Imagine entering a gigantic natural history museum late at night after all the visitors have left. The lighting is dim, the air is still, but the exhibits here are not dinosaur bones in glass cases, but living, breathing scenes from the past. The Earth itself unfolds its history before us. Somewhere in this darkness, 66 million years ago, a rock fell from the sky. It slammed into what we know today as Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, with a force equivalent to 1 billion atomic bombs. The impact left a monstrous scar on the planet, a crater over 150 kilometers wide and nearly 20 kilometers deep. It was an event of planetary proportions. At the moment of impact, such a colossal amount of energy was released that the very air seemed to ignite. We enter this moment, and while the explosion itself is only the beginning of our story, what happened afterward captivates us even more. In those strange and terrifying hours, as the planet struggled to recover from the impact, columns of dust, vaporized rock, and droplets of molten rock shot high into the atmosphere. Imagine a night sky lit not by stars, but by myriads of fiery fragments raining back down to Earth. Entire forests covering continents burst into flames like matchsticks. Animals scattered in panic, though no safe place remained anywhere on the planet. Oceans boiled along the coasts, gigantic tsunamis spread from the epicenter of the impact, sweeping away everything in their path. But what's most striking isn't the primal fury of that day, it's the deathly silence that followed. Imagine surviving this chaos. You awaken to a world where the sun no longer rises. The air is thick with the smell of sulfur and ash, and daylight seems dimmer than the deepest twilight. For miles around, not a single sound can be heard. It is in this all-consuming silence that our story unfolds today. The Earth didn't perish instantly after the impact, but it underwent profound changes. As dust and soot rose into the stratosphere, they enveloped the globe in a dense, impenetrable shroud, through which sunlight barely penetrated. Temperatures on the planet began to plummet. Photosynthesis, the process that allows plants to convert light into life, stopped almost everywhere. The dinosaurs that survived the initial explosion found themselves in a world devoid of food. The giant herbivores were the first to starve, followed by the predators that depended on them. Insects swarmed in the cooling ash. Some species thrived in the new environment, while others disappeared forever. Mammals, small, inconspicuous creatures, hid in burrows, feeding on surviving seeds and roots. Any food they could find was devoured. It would be tempting to think that the end came quickly for the great dinosaurs, but it was not so. For weeks, months, perhaps even years, the Earth remained in this eternal twilight. Global fires slowly died down. their smoke mingling with the dust in the sky, and the oceans grew ever colder. Acid rain turned rivers and lakes into toxic, lifeless bodies of water. One can try to imagine what it would be like if we found ourselves on this planet. The first thing that would strike one would be darkness. Not pitch darkness, but an oppressive, dim twilight, as if standing beneath heavy storm clouds that would never disperse. The air would be thick and rough to the taste. It would be difficult to breathe. The world would smell of burning stone, sharp and sour, and every breath would be a reminder of the catastrophe that had occurred. And the third characteristic would be the complete absence of sound. The forests would fall silent, the rivers slowed under a thick layer of ash. The cries of living beings would grow fainter with each passing day. To survive in such a world would mean standing on the ruins of a civilization of giants that would never rise again. And yet, deep underground, plant seeds awaited their moment. And in the dark waters, the surviving fish continued their journey. Life, fragile yet incredibly tenacious, did not give up. Scientists call this period the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event. However, this dry scientific phrase fails to convey the full scale of the tragedy. More than 70% of all living species disappeared from the face of the Earth. Entire families of creatures were erased from the Book of Life. Dinosaurs, with the exception of a small branch that later evolved into modern birds, became extinct. Marine reptiles, flying pterosaurs, and ammonites that inhabited the seas vanished. All this grandeur vanished into oblivion. Yet it was here, in the shadow of the collapsed world, that mammals, small, furry, and adaptable creatures, began to emerge. They inhabited the farthest reaches of the dinosaur world, unnoticed and unimportant. But after the asteroid impact, these corners became the center of a new world. With the disappearance of the giants, space emerged. Space for food, for growth, for the imagination of new life forms. From this space, many millions of years later, we too will emerge. That's why we're embarking on this journey. Not because the asteroid ended the age of dinosaurs, but because it created a world that could one day accommodate humans. This event forced the Earth into a complete reboot, harsh and unforgiving, yet creative. From the ashes of forests, new plant species emerged. From the burrows of mammals, unprecedented diversity emerged. From the oceans, freed from their former rulers, new waves of evolution arose. The Earth, after the impact, was more than just a graveyard. It was a workshop. A place of silence, then whispers, and then voices that rose again in full force. So sit back and relax as we slowly navigate those dark days and long years. We won't rush, because Earth itself took its time. It took millions of years to restore ecosystems, stabilize the climate, and repopulate forests and seas. At every step along the way, events occurred, some tragic, some wondrous, some truly remarkable. And as we trace them, we'll see not only what happened long ago, but also what it reveals about our present and future, because Earth has been through catastrophe before. It has been broken, scarred, and left for dead, but it has also healed, adapted, and blossomed anew. This is the story of our planet. And it all begins in the long shadow of a shooting star. It all begins with silence. 66 million years ago, the Earth spun on its axis in its usual rhythm. The continents were arranged somewhat differently than they are today, but the oceans still rippled, the forests still whispered, and the sky was calm, filled with wings. Dinosaurs roamed the plains, swam in the rivers, and nested in the forests. Some were massive, towering figures that shook the earth with every step. Others were no larger than dogs, fleet-footed and nervous, picking their way through giant ferns. Birds, already descended from their dinosaur ancestors, glided overhead, calling to each other with calls that might seem strangely familiar to us. Crocodiles dove into rivers, turtles basked in the sun, insects buzzed in the hot air. For living things, it was just another day, another morning spent foraging, hunting, resting, and raising young. Nothing on Earth gave the slightest hint that this ordinary stretch of time would be the last of its kind. But above them, far beyond their field of vision, a stone was falling, not a pebble, not a boulder. An entire mountain hurtled through space. This asteroid had been orbiting the Sun for millions of years, its orbit slowly altered by the gravitational pull of the planets until its path finally intersected that of Earth, a terrible omen. The asteroid was about 10 kilometers across, more than the height of Mount Everest, and was moving at over 20 kilometers per second. Such speed was difficult to comprehend. In a single instant, this stone covered an enormous distance. Yes, the former rulers of the planet will fall, but new dynasties will rise in their place, albeit in a completely different guise. The age of dinosaurs has come to its fiery end, but the great annals of Earth do not end there. In the deafening silence that fell upon the planet after their demise lies not just a tragedy, but also the seed of the future. From the ashes of a collapsed world, on the bones of fallen titans, in the liberated territories, evolution was already preparing to write the next page of its history, the very page on which humanity would one day emerge. The giants of the past had vanished, but their colossal shadows forever cast a shadow over everything that came after them. A deathly silence reigned across the continents, and charred forests stood as silent monuments to their former glory. But now, let's move underwater, for the world's oceans were yet to face their own, no less terrifying, cataclysm. While the surface world was plunging into ash-blackened darkness and icy cold, the ocean's depths responded to the blow from the skies almost instantly, but far more insidiously. For any creature that inhabited the Cretaceous seas, these changes were as shocking as the firestorm had been for land dwellers. Imagine, for millions of years, these waters were a veritable paradise, teeming with life, schools of fish, countless ammonites, giant sea lizards, and clouds of plankton, providing food for everyone. The ocean was a bountiful and thriving realm. But in an instant, on one fateful day, an asteroid impact transformed it into an alien, hostile, and deadly place. When the space visitor slammed into Earth, the first effect on the ocean was a monstrous boil. The shock waves swept through the Gulf of Mexico, instantly vaporizing trillions of tons of water and ejecting cubic kilometers of steam and debris into the stratosphere. The collapse of the giant crater's edges generated killer waves, mega tsunamis hundreds of meters high, which rushed with fury in all directions. Just hours later, these water mountains crashed onto distant continents, wiping out coastal ecosystems, dragging entire forests into the abyss and uprooting ancient coral reefs. Physical destruction was only the first act of this maritime tragedy. The aftermath was visible everywhere, in reef debris, in flooded river deltas, and inverted beaches. But even as the giant waves receded, the ocean's death throes were only just beginning. The ash and soot that had obscured the skies above now began to settle on the surface of the water. Initially, it was only a thin layer, but relentless acid rain washed it away, and billions of tons of dark particles penetrated ever deeper, mixing with the water. Just like on land, this ash curtain completely blocked out sunlight. For phytoplankton, the microscopic algae that formed the foundation of the entire marine food chain, this was a death sentence. Deprived of light, they could no longer photosynthesize. In the darkness, entire phytoplankton populations died out in a matter of days. Then came a cascading collapse. The zooplankton that fed on them died, then the fish that ate the zooplankton, and then all the predators that hunted the fish. The ladder of life in the ocean proved as fragile as on land. If the first, lowest rung broke, the entire structure would collapse into the abyss. The loss of phytoplankton caused more than just starvation in the deep sea. It altered the very chemistry of water. Under normal conditions, these tiny organisms acted as giant lungs for the planet, absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. They maintained the delicate balance between the ocean and the atmosphere. Now, without them, carbon dioxide began to accumulate in the air in monstrous quantities. The ocean, like a sponge, absorbed it. But instead of being processed by living organisms, the gas simply dissolved in the water, forming weak but caustic carbonic acid. Slowly but inexorably, the world's oceans became increasingly acidic. For all creatures whose lives depended on a tough calcium carbonate armor, ammonites, mollusks, corals, and tiny plankton, a living hell ensued. They felt in horror as their very protection, their homes and skeletons, literally melted and dissolved right around them. The very water that once gave life had now turned into a caustic solvent. Mountains of dead organic matter accumulated at a terrifying rate. Fish, plankton, marine reptiles, all perished by the millions. Their bodies sank to the bottom, into the deep layers of water. In normal times, scavengers and decomposing bacteria would have quickly utilized these remains. But now there were so many that the system simply couldn't cope. Billions of bacteria, for whom this mass of rotting flesh had become a veritable feast, began to multiply at an incredible rate. In the process of this macabre feast, they consumed all the dissolved oxygen from the water. As a result, gigantic dead zones, areas where the water was completely devoid of oxygen, began to spread across the ocean. These were veritable underwater deserts where life was impossible. Any creature that accidentally swam into such a zone was doomed to a painful death by suffocation. In geological layers from that era, paleontologists have found entire schools of fish frozen in the mud with their gills wide open, mute witnesses to the moment when the oxygen in the water finally ran out. The ocean surface beneath a dull, ashen sky may have appeared deceptively calm, but beneath the surface, a veritable chemical apocalypse was unfolding. In some areas, rotting organic matter gave rise to another nightmare, a proliferation of bacteria that produced toxic hydrogen sulfide. These noxious gases rose to the surface, turning the shallows into death traps. Reefs, once teeming with life, sank into a deathly silence. Corals bleached and died, leaving behind only white skeletons, ghost cities that immediately began to crumble. Entire ecosystems, millions of years in the making, were destroyed in just a few weeks. And yet, the ocean wasn't completely empty. Survivors clung to life, albeit in the most unexpected forms. Crocodiles, inhabiting estuaries and salt marshes, managed to survive the catastrophe. Sea turtles, protected by tough shells and with an unpretentious diet, proved far more resilient than many others. Sharks, those eternal opportunists of the ancient world, found ways to adapt, although their populations dwindled dramatically. Even among the plankton, there were heroes. Tiny species that learned to survive in low light or switched to feeding on dead organic matter. The ocean became alien and frightening, but not lifeless. Let's imagine for a moment that we were sailing a boat through these dead waters. The surface would appear bleak and grey beneath a perpetually overcast sky. But the smell would be simply unbearable. The familiar sharp aroma of salt would mingle with the nauseating stench of rot and rotten eggs, a sign of hydrogen sulfide rising from the depths. It was the smell of death accumulated at the bottom. A few surviving birds might glide above the water, searching for any remains. But the enormous pterosaurs that once swooped down on schools of fish were gone forever. The silence on the surface was a reflection of the emptiness beneath. This strange, sick state of the oceans lasted a very long time. The darkness and lack of photosynthesis lasted for years, and even when sunlight finally began to break through the ashen haze, recovery was painfully slow and uneven. In some areas, where upwelling currents brought nutrients, brief outbreaks of plankton blooms occurred. But these oases of life were unstable and disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Without a solid foundation for the food chain, large animals could not replenish their numbers. The ammonites, which had thrived for hundreds of millions of years, never recovered from the blow. Coral reefs revived only in isolated, pitiful fragments. Entire families of giant marine reptiles vanished into oblivion. The ocean survived, but its former splendor and diversity were lost. When scientists today study the geological layers of that era, they find irrefutable evidence of this catastrophe. A thin layer of clay enriched with iridium, the signature of that very asteroid. Sharp fluctuations in carbon isotopes indicating the disruption of all natural cycles. Fossilized shells, pockmarked with tiny pits, traces of acidic water. Dark, almost black shales indicating anoxic conditions at the seafloor. These are not just abstract data, they are scars left on the body of the planet. But it was from this chaos and destruction that new life was born. The tiny surviving plankton species gave rise to all modern groups. Sharks, though battered, were able to adapt and occupy new ecological niches. Turtles colonized the spaces vacated by the disappearance of mosasaurs. Seabirds became the new aerial predators, soaring above the waves. Slowly but surely, the oceans gave birth to new life forms, completely unlike those that existed before the catastrophe. This brings home the fragility of even the largest ecosystems on our planet. Despite their enormous size and seeming eternity, a single impact was enough to almost completely destroy them. It took millions of years to recover. But without this total destruction, we would never have seen the seas we know today, with their coral reefs, whales, and dolphins. That strange, poisoned ocean after the asteroid impact became a crucible in which the future was forged. It wasn't an end, but a brutal, painful transition, a clearing of the stage for new actors. When the light finally returned, it became clear. Neither ammonites nor mosasaurs ruled the deep sea anymore. Evolution was preparing the world for an entirely new chapter. The giants fell, the seas were transformed, and the earth itself seemed to crack under the weight of the catastrophe. But even in the midst of this endless night, cold and deathly silence, life did not surrender. It hid, cowered, retreated to the darkest corners, into burrows and shadows invisible to all. Those destined to survive this protracted apocalypse were neither mighty tyrannosaurs nor monstrous sea lizards. They were small, inconspicuous, and seemingly utterly insignificant. They might seem fragile and insignificant, but it was precisely this diminutiveness that concealed their incredible strength. In their ability to endure adversity lay the seeds of an entirely new world, the seeds of future eras. These tiny creatures, utterly inconspicuous against the grandeur of the Cretaceous period, became the ones who would carry the torch of life forward. Let's step into this ruined world. The scene before us is truly apocalyptic. Where giant forests once flourished, now lie lifeless wastelands, scorched to the ground and covered in a thick shroud of ash. The plains are deserted. Rivers, once teeming with life, are now littered with debris and transformed into murky, toxic streams. The oceans have become acidic and dead. But look deeper beneath this dead surface. Here, hidden beneath the earth, lies a maze of burrows and tangled tunnels. This secret kingdom, created millions of years ago by the first mammals, their safe haven from the horrors above. These creatures, no larger than modern mice or shrews, were nocturnal, forever lurking in the shadows from the all-seeing eyes of predators. Their diet was modest: insects, seeds, roots, whatever they could find in the undergrowth and could fit in their tiny mouths. Their diminutive size was a direct consequence of a brutal world where dinosaurs reigned supreme during the day. But when the fiery stone fell from the sky and the age of giants came to an end, this very disadvantage turned into their greatest advantage. A small organism requires far fewer calories, and their underground home served as an ideal shield from the raging flames, deadly cold, and the few remaining predators. A varied diet of roots, insects, their larvae, and seeds gave them freedom of choice when one food source suddenly disappeared. Consider this: where a giant hadrosaur required tons of fresh vegetation every day, our little heroes could survive on meager scraps. While a tyrannosaur like Tyrannosaurus rex needed vast hunting territories across an entire river valley, mammals could exist on a tiny patch of land. When a firestorm erupted over the scorched earth, It brought death to all life on the surface, but was powerless against those who had managed to take refuge in deep burrows. These creatures, unaware of their historical mission, simply continued to live, saving themselves thanks to their ability to be invisible. Seeds became key to their survival. In the eternal darkness of the harsh winter, photosynthesis ground to a halt, preventing plants from growing. But their seeds, securely protected by their tough shells, lay dormant in the soil, awaiting their time. Mammals, armed with needle-sharp teeth, easily cracked these natural capsules, accessing the concentrated energy the plants had stored for future generations. Birds, especially those species that had already evolved into granivores, did the same. Of course, the grains we are accustomed to didn't exist back then, but nature had created its own storehouses scattered everywhere. Conifer cones, nuts, and seed pods buried under a layer of ash. Every seed consumed was a true salvation, a tiny source of calories that allowed them to survive another day and hastened the slow, agonizing return of sunlight. Insects also proved a lifeline in this sinking world. Yes, many species perished in firestorms and icy darkness. But those who fed on carrion and decay suddenly found themselves in paradise. The world was overflowing with dead organic matter. Burying beetles laid their eggs in the corpses of fallen giants, and their larvae feasted on the rotting remains of plants. Flies swarmed over every fallen animal. For mammals, lizards, and birds, these swarms were a veritable feast, writhing bundles of protein and energy born from chaos itself. In great stories of extinction and survival, insects are often unfairly overlooked, but they were the perpetual motion machine that kept going when all else stood still. They broke down dead tissue, returning nutrients to the soil, maintaining the delicate balance of ecosystems and serving as food for those who survived this endless night. Reptiles, as a class, found themselves in a more difficult position than mammals or birds, but even among them, there were champions of survival. Consider crocodiles, ancient inhabitants of rivers and lakes. Their bodies are the very embodiment of resilience, honed over millions of years. They can enter a state of torpor, slowing their metabolism to a crawl, allowing them to go months without food. Water serves as a reliable shelter, protecting them from both scorching heat and piercing cold. They are omnivorous, fish, carrion, and can even resort to cannibalism if the pressure of hunger becomes unbearable. As the world around them collapsed, crocodiles demonstrated incredible, almost philosophical patience. They didn't need to fuss about for food. They simply waited, half buried in the mud at the river bottom. Only their eyes and nostrils peeked above the surface, silently observing the raging chaos. Turtles also demonstrated remarkable resilience, but they operated in their own way. Their bony shells served as an impenetrable fortress, and their slow metabolism bought them precious time. Their unpretentious diet helped them survive the most difficult times. Amphibians desperately clung to life, even though their chances were slim. Frogs, salamanders, and newts survived wherever water remained. It remained liquid in streams beneath the ice crust or in ponds heated by geothermal heat from the planet's interior. They fed on insects, organic debris, algae, whatever they could find. Thanks to their small size and rapid reproductive cycles, their populations could quickly recover as soon as conditions improved. And, of course, birds are the true heirs of the dinosaurs, among the main characters in this story of survival. However, not all of them were lucky. The primitive toothed birds that so closely resembled their enormous ancestors died out to the last, but those species that had already adapted to feeding on seeds and insects got their chance. They had small bodies, warm plumage to protect them from the cold, and wings that allowed them to cover vast distances in search of scarce food. All these qualities combined gave them a fragile but real advantage. It is from these surviving groups that all the birds we see today descended, from tiny sparrows to mighty eagles, from penguins to colorful parrots. Their trills and songs, heard millions of years later, are a distant echo of the resilience that helped their ancestors survive the darkest days in the planet's history. In the oceans, the struggle for survival was even more brutal. The collapse of plankton-based food chains led to the demise of entire ecosystems. But even here, some were able to adapt. Tiny plankton species with unique metabolisms learned to derive energy not from sunlight, but from decaying organic matter. Small fish and crustaceans, capable of feeding on virtually anything, also found a way to survive. Detritus, bacteria, and the remains of dead organisms, all of these formed the basis of a new elusive food chain. Sharks, with their incredibly resilient bodies and flexible diet, also survived, albeit at great cost. And once again, turtles managed to swim across the abyss of extinction, their shells drifted silently in seas no longer plied by giant mosasaurs and plesiosaurs. What united all these survivors? Not brute strength or impressive size, but an astonishing ability to adapt. They weren't specialists, they were generalists. They knew how to hide, they knew how to wait, and they knew how to make do with little. In a stable, abundant world, it's the specialists who thrive. Dinosaurs that feed on only one type of fern, or marine reptiles that hunt a specific type of ammonite. But when disaster strikes, it's the specialists who perish first. And the generalists, small, patient, and unpretentious, stand a chance in this new, harsh world. Imagine for a moment that we could stroll across this planet immediately after the catastrophe. We would be surrounded by an oppressive, almost absolute silence. All the giant figures had vanished. Forests had become graveyards of charred tree trunks. The oceans had lost their former grandeur. And yet, underground, in rock crevices, in murky rivers, and in secluded nests, life continued to flicker. Here, a mammal's snout emerges from a burrow to find an edible root. Here, a bird pecks a surviving seed from the ashes. A crocodile glides silently through a murky stream. And a beetle crawls over the corpse of a giant ceratopsian, its mandibles busily grinding the dead flesh. The planet's surface appears dead, but this is only an illusion. She breathes, and this quiet breathing is supported by millions of tiny creatures. The fossil record silently confirms this story. A thin layer of clay, rich in iridium, which marks the geological boundary between the Cretaceous and Paleogene eras, preserves the remains of these survivors. Here, paleontologists find tiny mammal teeth, fragile bones of early birds, fragments of turtle shells, crocodile scales, and insect prints. And just above this layer, the bones of giants disappear forever, while the tracks of small creatures become increasingly common. They are a living bridge between the era of extinction and the new era, irrefutable proof that life did not cease, but merely shifted its focus. A completely new world opened up before these survivors, free from the tyranny of the giants. Mammals, finally emerging from hiding, began to grow rapidly, spread across the planet, and experiment with new forms. Birds finally conquered the skies. Crocodiles and turtles continued their leisurely, measured existence, virtually unchanged. After all, the strategy that had saved them during the apocalypse worked remarkably well in times of peace. Insects flourished, plants regenerated from seeds. Each of these groups carried within them a genetic code forged in the crucible of the greatest catastrophe. It's astonishing to realize that our own history begins right here, with these small, unsung heroes. Without them, there would have been no mammals that later evolved into primates, and no primates that gave rise to the human race. Without their resilience, the entire course of evolution would have been completely different. Perhaps the planet would still be dominated by reptiles or some other creatures unimaginable to us. Our every breath is inextricably linked to the courage of these tiny shrews, the warm feathers of birds, the patience of crocodiles lurking in murky rivers. They persevered, and it is thanks to their tenacity that we exist today. Though giants dominated the world for millions of years, it was these hidden, inconspicuous, tiny creatures that ensured the future of life itself. Survival isn't always a matter of strength or a fearsome appearance. Sometimes, to prevail, you just need to be small enough to slip through the narrowest cracks of history. Mammals in their burrows, birds pecking at seeds, beetles scavenging through carrion, all slipped through the curtain of fire, carrying a priceless cargo, the history of life. And when the light slowly and painfully began to return, these tiny creatures awoke to a world where giants no longer existed, a world that was now theirs. The world lay in ruins, but for the tiniest creatures it was full of possibility. They were insignificant, but within them the spark of life still flickered, and in this new, devastated world, it was all that mattered. It was enough to start over. And it wasn't just the animals. The planet itself was plunged into a deep, deathly silence. The asteroid strike, the ensuing firestorms, the eternal darkness, and the freezing cold dealt a crushing blow to Earth's living green cover. The forests that were the planet's lungs burned to the ground, turning into black skeletons. Endless plains became desolate and dead. The very air seemed frozen in a lifeless stupor, and the great engine of life, photosynthesis, ceased. It seemed as if all the vegetation that had painted the planet in myriad shades of green for hundreds of millions of years had been wiped from its face literally overnight. Their mighty trunks turned to dust, their leaves to brittle ash. Beautiful flowers, the pinnacle of plant evolution, never had time to open their petals to the sun that was no more. But a plant isn't just something that reaches for the sun. Deep beneath the ash, in the frozen ground, in its roots and tiny seeds, life lurked. It didn't give up. What looked like absolute death on the surface was merely a pause. A long, agonizing wait for its moment. In the first months after the asteroid impact, the ash that fell formed such a dense, suffocating blanket that it buried entire landscapes. It filled valleys, altered river courses, and smothered the few plants that had somehow miraculously survived the initial inferno of fires. Freezing rains pouring from blackened skies mixed with this ash, turning the planet's surface into a viscous gray mass. For many surviving creatures, this was the final blow, but for the plant world, it was truly catastrophic. The planet risked becoming a barren desert for millennia, and its recovery could take millions of years. And yet, thanks to these hidden seeds and stubborn roots desperately clinging to life underground, the green world began its slow return. Imagine those first shoots, fragile, pale, pushing through the toxic ash. It was a sight filled with hope. This faint glimmer of life was enough to trigger a great process of renewal. We can still see echoes of this incredible patience today. When modern forests are burned in massive fires, ferns are the first to return to the ashes. Their spores lie dormant in the soil for decades, awaiting their chance. After volcanic eruptions that cover everything in a layer of ash, it is the grasses and shrubs that are the first to emerge years later. These ancient survival strategies, which allowed plants to survive the asteroid impact, continue to operate to this day. They may seem quiet and unnoticed, but they contain incredible power. Those animals fortunate enough to survive the Great Dying took full advantage of the gifts of these resilient plants. Birds, descendants of dinosaurs, evolved to feed on seeds, fruits, and nectar. Mammals built their diets around new flowering plants, which ultimately led to the emergence of primates, and hence, us. The entire history of life on Earth took a new path, all thanks to the silent patience of the plant world. Those green shoots that pushed through the ashes weren't just survivors. They became the architects of a new world, and while we tend to think of the asteroid impact as the end of the dinosaur era, it's also a story of seeds, roots, and spores that simply refused to die. It was the plants, quietly biding their time beneath the ash, that ensured that life on the planet would not fade into darkness. They provided the survivors with food, shelter, and the foundation upon which a completely new world was built. They transformed total destruction into a great rebirth. The world that emerged thanks to their patience was strikingly different from the one lost forever. It was younger, stranger, and far more open to evolutionary experimentation. It bore the scars of a monstrous catastrophe, but this only added to its beauty and promised unprecedented diversity. The plants that survived not only preserved themselves, they became the foundation for everything that came after. The giants faded into oblivion. Their bones eventually turned to dust, mixed with the mud, and their menacing shadows vanished forever into a world that no longer belonged to them. The forests, burned to the ground, began to slowly regenerate. At first, timid greenery poked through the gray, lifeless soil. Then, ferns spread their patterned leaves, grasses sprouted, and shrubs began to fill the voids. And then, one day, birdsong began to ring in the sky again, insects fluttered through the air, and rivers began to murmur once more, carrying life in their streams. In the deafening silence that followed the catastrophe, new voices began to emerge. Among those creatures hiding in deep burrows, huddled under tree roots, and feeding on seeds and insects, the foundations for the next great stage of evolution were already being laid. The Tree of Life was ready to unleash a new protagonist. A small, inconspicuous, seemingly utterly insignificant mammal was finally ready to emerge from the shadows in which it had spent the entire age of dinosaurs. Thus began our era, the Age of Mammals, which continues to this day. In that era, mammals were mere extras on the grand stage of life, where dinosaurs played the leading roles. They were supporting actors, never taking center stage. Imagine these creatures. Most of them were tiny, no bigger than a modern rodent, and they led their secret lives in the dense undergrowth. They preferred to operate under cover of night to avoid encounters with the giants who reigned supreme during the day. Their diet was extremely simple: insects, seeds, roots, and sometimes the eggs of other reptiles. They were masters of camouflage, hiding in burrows, hollows, and rock crevices. But despite their apparent insignificance, these creatures were incredibly intelligent. The world simply didn't give them a single chance to prove themselves, to evolve, to give birth to new, larger forms. Every ecological niche was tightly occupied by powerful and dominant reptiles. Mammals had no choice but to patiently bide their time. Then, one day, an asteroid struck Earth, and the rules of the game changed forever. In the New World, their enormous size became a deadly burden, and their narrow specialization became a trap with no escape. Everything that had made dinosaurs the unstoppable rulers of the planet for centuries suddenly became their death sentence. But mammals, previously overlooked, suddenly emerged as the winners. Their unique traits, tiny size, unpretentiousness in food, and ability to hide, became the key to survival in a world plunged into darkness and cold. The very first mammals that appeared in the Paleogene era were tiny compared to the giants that later emerged. Most weighed no more than a kilogram. Some were true insect hunters. Their needle-sharp teeth easily tore through the chitinous shells of beetles and larvae that swarmed in abundance among the rotting organic matter of the post-apocalyptic world. Others preferred seeds. Their powerful jaws were capable of cracking even the hardest shells, reaching the nutritious core. Among them were also omnivores, ready to devour anything that came their way. In those terrible years, adaptability was not a luxury, but the only requirement for survival. The fossil record clearly demonstrates that mammals began evolving at an incredible rate. In rock layers located directly above the iridium-rich clay that serves as a marker for the asteroid impact, scientists are finding a huge number of ancient mammal remains. Their teeth are especially numerous. And these teeth are striking in their diversity of shapes, each perfectly adapted to a specific diet. We are witnessing a veritable explosion of evolutionary creativity, from sharp tubercles for crushing insects to flat surfaces for grinding tough plants. This diversity is direct fossil evidence of the unique opportunities that opened up after the extinction of the dinosaurs. Food chains collapsed and then began to rebuild, and mammals rushed to occupy all the vacant spaces. At first, the changes were barely noticeable. Mammals grew slightly larger, reaching sizes that had once been deadly to them when predators like raptors still roamed the earth. They became better tree climbers, mastered swimming, began to penetrate a wide variety of habitats, dig deeper burrows, in short, discovering new horizons. In just a few 100,000 years, a mere blink of an eye on the geological clock, the mammalian world became incomparably more diverse than during the entire age of dinosaurs. The key to their success was flexibility. The mammalian body wasn't as tightly tied to the ambient temperature as that of reptiles. They were warm-blooded, and their fur allowed them to regulate their body temperature. This enabled them to survive the icy nights of the harsh winter and survive in climates that would have been lethal to cold-blooded reptiles. Their young were nourished by milk, an ideal portable food source that sustained them in conditions of total resource scarcity. Furthermore, their brains were larger than those of most reptiles, giving them the ability to learn, adapt, and find new, innovative solutions. All these traits, which seemed insignificant in the age of dinosaurs, became a decisive advantage when catastrophe turned the world upside down. Fast forward 10 years after the impact. Imagine this landscape. The air still feels dull and dusty, but sunlight is beginning to break through the murky haze. The forests are patchy. Dense thickets of ferns and shrubs predominate, while young trees are just beginning to reach for the sky. And across this land, a variety of mammals scurry. Some are no bigger than mice, others are already the size of a small cat. They dig for roots, climb branches in search of seeds, and chase beetles through the fallen leaves. Their squeaks and rustlings fill the silence left by the roar of the dinosaurs. And for the first time in millions of years, their voices are more than just background noise. They are now the basis of a new story. Centuries passed, and mammals continued their steady evolution. Some evolutionary lines gave rise to truly large forms, once again pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Herbivores spread across the planet. At first, they were the size of a rabbit, then grew to the size of a deer, and finally evolved into creatures comparable to modern rhinoceroses. Carnivores followed suit, sharpening their fangs and claws to hunt ever larger prey. Mammals even conquered the oceans. Small land animals began returning to the sea in search of fish, which eventually led to the emergence of majestic whales and dolphins. Mammals explored every corner of the reborn planet. They penetrated every corner of the desolate world, conquering territories previously inaccessible to them. After the Great Extinction, the planet seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and our mammalian ancestors were quick to seize the opportunity. However, their ascent was anything but swift and triumphant. The world, only just beginning to recover from the catastrophe, remained a harsh and unforgiving place. The climate swung from heat to cold. Food chains that had just begun to recover were torn apart at any moment, and entire ecosystems were as fragile as thin ice. Any group of mammals that dared to expand immediately faced a cascade of deadly dangers. Every triumph, every successful step forward was followed by a new wave of extinctions. In this merciless struggle for a place under the dim sun, only the most resilient and resourceful survived. Those who managed to find a balance between daring and caution, who could instantly adapt to the most unpredictable changes. It was these creatures, hardened by adversity, who became the driving force of evolution. The story of mammals in the post-dinosaur world is one of the most incredible stories in the annals of life. Imagine, just yesterday, all ecological roles, from giant living fortresses devouring tons of vegetation to apex predators terrorizing entire continents, belonged to dinosaurs. And then, in an instant, all these positions became vacant. Mammals rushed to occupy the vacated niches, demonstrating a stunning diversity of survival strategies. They became new herbivores and new hunters, scavengers and climbers, swimmers, and even those who lived off others. Our distant ancestors demonstrated incredible flexibility in adapting to the new rules of the game. Some developed long, lean limbs for sprinting across the open plains. Others developed powerful claws for digging sheltering burrows in the ground. Some developed elongated snouts and razor-sharp teeth for hunting, while others developed wide jaws capable of crushing tough vegetation. With the planet's previous masters gone, evolutionary progress accelerated at an unprecedented rate. In just a few million years, the face of the Earth changed beyond recognition. Thus began the Cenozoic era, an era we rightly call the Age of Mammals. But don't imagine it was some triumphal march, an instantaneous takeover, like the dinosaurs once conquered the planet. No, it was a slow, almost imperceptible process, a gradual infiltration into every accessible corner of the biosphere. At that time, mammals were not yet giants like mammoths or whales, which would appear on the scene much later. In those first unstable centuries after the catastrophe, survival depended on a small body, a short lifespan, and the ability to constantly change. It was then, in the shadow of the ruins of the old world, that the solid foundation for future dominance was laid. Of course, mammals weren't the only ones to survive the apocalypse. Birds now reigned supreme in the skies, inheriting the ecological space once occupied by pterosaurs. Crocodiles and turtles, living relics of a much more ancient time, still lurked in the rivers and lakes. But it was mammals, for the first time in the planet's history, that became the central figures on land. Their incredible endurance, their ability to lie low, hide and weather the darkest times, opened the way for them to a new world, previously barred from them by the mighty lizards. Step by step, generation after generation, they reclaimed this kingdom. Everything that happened later was merely a consequence of these first tentative steps: the emergence of primates, the spread of giant flightless birds, the rise of saber-toothed predators, and the return of giants to Earth in a new guise. All of these are links in a single chain. Those tiny creatures scurrying among the ashes and fern thickets after the asteroid impact couldn't have imagined how powerful their distant descendants would become. They simply did what survivors are supposed to do: endure, search for food, and procreate. But in doing so, they imperceptibly changed the face of the entire planet. The Age of Mammals did not begin with a bang or grandeur. It began with silence, with tiny creatures scavenging from the ruins of dinosaur civilization and peering warily from their burrows at a wounded world. But their silent persistence already held the promise of a new great history, one that would lead life to forms unimaginable. Dinosaurs ruled the world through their power and spectacle. Mammals rose through their agility and resilience, and, as time has shown, these qualities proved no less powerful. The Age of Mammals had begun, and the world was never the same. For long, agonizing years, the Earth was plunged into darkness, and it seemed the darkness would never recede. The global fires that once incinerated continents had long since died down, consuming everything to the ground. The planet was frozen, and the oceans had turned into a toxic, acidic broth. Year after year, the skies were covered in a thick shroud of ash and sulfur, blocking the sun's rays. Midday turned to deep twilight, and dusk to pitch-black night, but nothing lasts forever. The tiny particles flung into the stratosphere by the impact began to slowly settle. They were washed away by rain, buried by snow, and carried into the oceans by winds. The sulfur aerosols, which had served as a giant mirror reflecting sunlight back into space, gradually dissipated. This process was so slow that no living creature in its short lifespan would have been able to notice it. But the sky began to brighten. It wasn't like the dawn we're accustomed to, which suddenly bathes the world in light. Rather, it was like a slow, fitful awakening after a long coma. A season might pass in perpetual grey mist, with days barely distinguishable from nights. But then, suddenly, for a few moments, or perhaps weeks, the clouds would part, and a faint, golden ray would pierce through. Plants dormant underground would sense this long-awaited touch and send up their first tentative shoots, only to perish as another wave of fog once again engulfed the world. It was an uneven, jerky rhythm of the return of light. For creatures whose lives are governed by natural cycles, such changes must have been stunning. Birds might awaken to the first glimmer of dawn in years, only to have the world plunged into darkness again within days. Mammals emerged from their burrows during the brighter hours, only to retreat back when the deadly cold returned. Life froze in tense anticipation, glancing warily at the sky every time it seemed about to change. And scientists, like detectives, read this dramatic story in geological layers in the chemical annals of our planet. The sediments preserved traces of these endless fluctuations. Year after year, new layers were deposited on the bottoms of ancient lakes, some dark, carbon-rich, witnesses to dark times, others lighter, with signs of photosynthesis when light finally managed to reach the surface. The world did not recover smoothly. It was feverish, moving in waves, like a patient struggling with the last of his strength to overcome a serious illness. The sky cleared, but so agonizingly slowly, as if the planet itself did not know how to continue. For plants, the return of light was both a blessing and a mortal risk. Seeds that had lain in the ground for years sprouted, responding to the first signs of warmth. Ferns covered the ground with a green carpet, grasses reached for the sky, and shrubs sprouted their first timid leaves. However, each such breakthrough was followed by sharp frosts, acid rain, and toxic fumes from the soil. Most of the shoots perished, but enough survived to disperse spores, scatter seeds, and take the next step on the path to rebirth. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, vegetation began to reclaim the planet. The earth healed its wounds. Green was no longer just a memory. It had become a reality, fragile but stubborn. Following the plants, animals returned. Insects were the first to appear. They fed in tiny numbers on the fresh greenery and pollinated the first flowers that dared to open their buds. Beetles, ever the opportunists, thrived in this new environment, where the rotting remains of the old world mingled with fresh vegetation. Flies buzzed in the air, and their larvae and hordes of ants swarmed in the soil, saturated with nutrients rained down from the sky. Birds, discovering this new food source, eagerly pounced on the insects, and their populations began to grow again. Following the insects and seeds, mammals began to fill the void, burrowing in the earth and greedily devouring the bounty of this new world. With each clearing in the skies, there was more food, more energy, more life on Earth. For the first time in years, the world seemed alive again. Certainly not as it had been before, when the ground trembled beneath the feet of giant dinosaurs and the hum of tropical forests filled the air. No, this was a different kind of life, more cautious, quiet, and miniature. Even the skies themselves seemed to tell the story of this healing. Where once there had been only an impenetrable shroud of ash, the first signs of life began to appear. Patches of blue broke through the grey veil, clouds took on sharper outlines, and sunsets took on true colours, not a dull shade of soot. Each such tiny change had colossal consequences. Imagine standing on a hillside shrouded in thick fog. For years, you've seen nothing but this grey shroud. But one morning, you notice the sun breaking through. Its light is weak and diffused, but it carries a warmth you haven't felt in so long. Shadows appear on the ground again, pale, but so real. The soil beneath your feet seems to come alive, filled with a new softness. The plants around you begin to stir. The air becomes fresher, less of the smell of burning, and more of the earth. And suddenly, the silence that has lasted for an eternity is broken by the first timid trills of birds. It's not yet a complete recovery, but it's a promise of life returning. The gradual clearing of the skies not only restored light and warmth to the planet, but also completely transformed its climate. For years, cold reigned supreme on Earth. The so-called impact winter gripped the world in an icy embrace. But as the reflective aerosol settled, greenhouse gases released into the atmosphere by fires and volcanic activity came into play. Carbon dioxide, released in incredible quantities by forest fires and tectonic shifts accumulated in the atmosphere. And once the reflective shield disappeared, this gas began to act like a blanket, trapping the sun's heat. The planet, recently shivering with cold, began to warm rapidly. Nuclear winter gave way to a global greenhouse. This warming did not immediately erase the scars left by the cold. In many regions, glaciers and permafrost remained for a long time, and ecosystems struggled to adapt to the new, rapidly changing conditions. But the overall trend was clear. The world was moving toward warmth and renewal. Forests advanced with increasing confidence each year, rivers grew fuller, and insects multiplied in countless numbers. In the ruins of the old world, in the silence left by the giants, mammals that had hidden in the shadows for centuries began their great march. They emerged from burrows and undergrowth, and with each new generation, in conditions of unprecedented abundance. Their bodies grew ever larger. At the same time, birds, descendants of dinosaurs, were exploring new habitats. Their wings, strengthened by the struggle for survival, now carried them further and higher, under the skies, which were slowly but surely being cleared of ashes. The oceans, too, felt the breath of new life. As soon as the first rays of sun touched the surface, phytoplankton, the microscopic foundation of marine life, exploded into a riotous bloom. Their green and golden cells, like billions of tiny solar panels, greedily absorbed the light, reproducing at an incredible rate and energizing the underwater world. Following the phytoplankton, zooplankton returned, and schools of fish began to rebuild their former numbers, timidly at first, but with each passing day becoming bolder. Sharks and sea turtles, having survived the disaster, discovered that their hunting grounds were once again full of prey. The seas, which only yesterday had seemed alien and poisoned, were becoming home again, though they would never be the same again. Entire dynasties of ancient creatures, such as the ammonites with their twisted shells, vanished forever, leaving behind only a void in the geological record. But nature abhors a vacuum. Life filled every vacant niche, and new species, descendants of the survivors, gradually took the place of those who had failed to adapt. The sky in this new era was perhaps still far from calm. Dust storms, like ghosts of the past, swept across the parched plains, where vegetation was only just beginning its journey to recovery. Acid rain still fell in places, but its toxic power was already waning. Thunderstorms with blinding lightning pierced the gloom over landscapes groaning from erosion, yet simultaneously reborn to new life. And within these storms lay an incredible energy, fueling the planet's cycles of restoration. Rain carried nutrients, fertilizing the ravaged soil. Streams of water gradually washed toxins into the oceans, where they dissolved in the bottomless depths. The wind, which had recently spread death and ash, now picked up seeds and carried them hundreds of kilometers, giving plants a chance to conquer new territories. Forces that had recently brought only destruction now paradoxically became harbingers of renewal. Slowly but inexorably, blue began to reclaim the sky. The foggy shroud dissipated, sunlight grew brighter, and the familiar rhythms of day and night returned to the world. Night once again became a time of rest and stars, not endless darkness. Dawn was no longer just a dull glimmer of grey. It once again sparkled with vibrant colors. And twilight once again painted the horizon in shades of crimson and gold, rather than jet black. Creatures who had spent entire years in near-total darkness were forced to reacclimate to this seemingly forgotten gift of light. Photosynthesis, the engine of life, kicked into high gear. Food chains, broken and chaotic, began to stabilize. The long, terrible night for planet Earth came to an end. The clear sky was more than just a sign of healing. It was a symbol of total transformation. The world below would never be the same. This was a new era, born in fire, forged in anticipation, and tempered in the struggle for survival. And despite all the horrors they had endured, the mammals rustling in the ferns, the birds snapping seeds with their beaks, and the crocodiles silently gliding through the rivers, all looked to the heavens with hope, a heaven that promised them a new future. The earth had endured its harshest ordeal, and the clear sky above was an unmistakable signal. The worst was behind them. One could imagine all surviving life on the planet breathing a sigh of relief, though no creature could express it in words. The clearing of the skies meant not the end of darkness, but the beginning of a completely new chapter. Light poured onto the earth, bringing with it energy, growth, and the chance for life to penetrate every empty crevice of this wounded world, which began to breathe again, slowly, with each new sunrise. The heavens were opening. The first tentative rays of light pierced the remnants of the ashen haze. Warmth spread unevenly across the planet, which seemed to have almost forgotten its caress. Ash still hung in the air, but hope was already in that air. In the valleys and riverbeds, grey dust, raised by the wind, still hid the earth. But the earth was no longer silent. Ferns, those tireless colonizers, were the first to swarm the ruins, covering them with a thin green carpet. They quickly reclaimed what had been lost. Here and there, the first shoots of grass and shrubs were already poking through, stubbornly clinging to the soil that still retained moisture. And the very first trees were sending up shoots, small, fragile, but destined to change the face of the entire planet. Slowly but surely, forests began to grow again, but these were completely different forests. The ancient Cretaceous forests were verdant cathedrals with gigantic conifers and lush flowering plants. They sheltered herds of hadrosaurs and sauropods, served as hunting grounds for predators, and trembled under the feet of 100-ton titans. That world was gone forever. What replaced it was more of a bold experiment, a mix of pioneer species that took advantage of the space left by the catastrophe. In places, thickets of yew and poppy grew rapidly. Trees, capable of adapting to the harshest conditions, could grow in disturbed soil and were unafraid of nutrient deficiencies. Their leaves, like outstretched palms, caught every precious photon of sunlight. Their roots, like steel cables, reinforced riverbanks eroded by monstrous tsunamis. Oaks and other flowering trees stretched upward, seizing every opportunity. Their seeds were carried by wind, water, and animals that were lucky enough to survive. The new forests were not replicas of a lost paradise. They were a living mosaic of renewal. Each seed parachute that soared into the air carried more than just new life. These forests played a key role in shaping the entire world around them. They became the lungs of the planet, inhaling toxic carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and exhaling life-giving oxygen. Their roots held the soil together, slowing erosion and keeping rivers cleaner. The trees cast shade, cooling the earth and creating a microclimate in which the most delicate creatures could thrive. They provided food in the form of leaves, seeds, and fruit, as well as shelter in their branches and roots. And as the forests regenerated, life, long bided its time on the world's margins, began to flourish once again. The first to return were hordes of insects. They were so numerous that they seemed to fill every nook and cranny. Beetles began gnawing at the bark, ants burrowing their way under the roots. As the flowering plants emerged, butterflies arrived. Their buzzing, fluttering, and rustling wings filled the air with the sounds of life. Birds followed, hunting insects and dispersing seeds. And then came mammals, cutting trails through the undergrowth and climbing trunks in search of food. The return of forests meant not only an abundance of food, but also protection from predators and shelter from the elements. What had once been an open, exposed world of ash plains began to transform into a complex, multi-layered habitat. Forest litter, understory, and high canopy. Thus began a new ascent. This grand story can be traced in the rock record of fossils, pollen, leaves, and wood. Paleobotanists studying Paleocene deposits have discovered that after the Great Dying, entirely new types of pollen appear in rocks. A sudden surge in plant diversity occurs, and forest canopies become increasingly dense over several million years. Scientists have found insect bite marks on fossilized leaves, irrefutable evidence that food webs were being restored. Even layers of charcoal left by ancient fires contained traces of life. Amazingly, almost immediately after the flames died down, new growth emerged from the scorched earth. The planet was rapidly donning a green robe. Forests didn't just provide stability, they were engines of innovation. Flowering plants, already present in the Cretaceous, now experienced a veritable explosion of diversity. Their flowers attracted pollinating insects, and their fruits provided food for birds and mammals. Their rapid reproductive cycles allowed them to adapt incredibly quickly to changing conditions. They weren't just survivors, they were true masters of adaptation. And with the disappearance of the giant dinosaurs that had previously trampled and consumed them, flowering plants flourished to unprecedented heights. The fruits grew larger, juicier, and more diverse, attracting animals that carried their valuable seeds. Trees experimented with forms, from tall, sun-reaching crowns to dense, impenetrable thickets, creating unique worlds around themselves. The forests that grew after the disaster became veritable laboratories of evolution, where experiments were constantly taking place and new life forms were born. For animals, this meant discovering new horizons. Mammals, once tiny creatures confined to the undergrowth, began exploring new spaces, climbing trees in search of food and safety. It was in these forests that the first primates, our distant ancestors, emerged. They gripped branches with their tenacious paws, fed on fruits, and developed traits that would ultimately form the basis of our own ancestry. Birds, too, found their paradise here, filling the air with wondrous songs and honing unique flight skills. They built nests in the branches, dispersed seeds, and hunted insects among the dense foliage. Reptiles, meanwhile, basked in the shade, nesting in shady pools and sun-warmed clearings. Each forest layer became a new arena, where life became increasingly complex and diverse. The planet's very atmosphere responded to this green rebirth. As trees grew, they absorbed carbon dioxide, the amount of which had skyrocketed after the asteroid impact. By exhaling oxygen, they restored the balance necessary for animals with a fast metabolism. Trees increased air humidity. Their leaves evaporated water vapor, which accumulated in clouds and changed precipitation patterns. Earth's climate stabilized, not only because the skies cleared, but also because the forests acted as giant regulators, transforming the chaos of sunlight and rain into orderly systems that supported life. However, make no mistake, these young, reborn forests were incredibly vulnerable, especially at the dawn of their existence. Wildfires could ignite from the slightest spark, devouring dry trees. Swarms of insects could destroy young shoots in a matter of days. And flash floods could wash away everything in their path. But the road to rebirth was long and arduous. The young shoots, pushing through the ashes, were fragile and vulnerable. The relentless sun could scorch them to ashes, and a sudden drought could turn them into dry brushwood. Many of nature's first, desperate attempts to reclaim its green cover ended in failure. And yet, millions of years passed, and the green banner of life once again began its victorious march across the continents. Where once stretched lifeless, parched plains, now sprawled shady groves. The world, plunged into deathly silence, was once again filled with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the rustling of grass, and the incessant hum of myriads of living creatures. Let's transport ourselves to one of these Paleocene forests. Imagine this scene. The trees here haven't yet reached the colossal heights typical of the Cretaceous jungles, but their crowns have already intertwined into a dense green canopy that softly diffuses the sunlight, creating a cozy twilight below. The air here is thick, warm, and humid, permeated with the tart aroma of rotted earth and pine resin. A lush carpet of ferns covers the forest floor. Thickets of shrubs form a dense wall, forming dark, mysterious niches. Vines twine like snakes along the trunks, desperately reaching upward toward the life-giving sun. Birds dart swiftly through the rare rays of light that penetrate the foliage. Nimble mammals scurry through the branches, and the air trembles with the buzz of swarms of insects. This is a young, vibrant forest. It hasn't yet acquired its final form, but it's already bustling with life. After long, endless years of grayness and silence, planet Earth is once again breathing deeply. But a forest is more than just a chaotic jumble of trunks and branches. Time has made it a living chronicle. Each trunk is a silent witness to the passing of countless seasons. Each annual ring at its core is an etched story, a tale of times of abundance or of severe drought. Every leaf on a branch is the result of an eternal struggle for balance between light and shadow. The forests that rose from the ashes after the asteroid impact bore the memory of a great catastrophe, but also held the promise of a future rebirth. They were unlike their predecessors, yet they were sufficient to provide food and shelter for the surviving species. Moreover, their fertile soil became a cradle for the future. It might seem that the asteroid impact merely marked the end of the age of dinosaurs. But in fact, it marked the beginning of the age of forests as we know them today. Many plant species that dominate the planet today, mighty oaks, spreading maples, slender palms, and endless grasses, took root and began to conquer the world at this time. Their triumphal march was inextricably linked with the rise of the planet's new masters, mammals and birds, who, entering into complex relationships with one another, collaborated to shape the Earth's new appearance. The forests that rose from the ashes were more than just props on the stage of a new life. They became its chief architects. Slowly, step by step, leaf by leaf, root by root, the world regained its former colors. The skies cleared of dust, the soil healed its wounds, and the forest grew, not as a faint echo of the past, but as a solid foundation for all that was to come. From its shadow, a future was born, bearing not only echoes of bygone fire and darkness, but also the indestructible vitality of green. The forest returned, the sky turned blue again, the rivers flowed once more, and the world found harmony. The deathly silence of catastrophe gave way to the roar of a new era. What happened next wasn't just a restoration, it was a complete rethinking of life. It was reset and rebuilt from scratch. And when the giants disappeared, their place in the ecosystem was taken by creatures of much smaller stature. The survivors gained unprecedented freedom, the freedom to explore possibilities previously sealed off from them. Evolution, that eternal sculptor, suddenly found itself faced with a completely blank canvas. In the shadow of the Great Extinction, new paths began to emerge, ones that would shape the future of the world. It's hard to even imagine the incredible freedom that filled that moment. Just consider this. For over 150 million years, Earth's ecosystems were completely dominated by dinosaurs and shaped by their influence. They were the linchpin of every food chain. Their total dominance meant that every ecological niche was tightly occupied. Mammals were doomed to remain small and inconspicuous, as all the major roles in the theatre of life had already been assigned. Birds could boast little variety of forms, as pterosaurs reigned supreme in the skies. Plants evolved under the weight of the heavy legs and long necks of sauropods, and grazing herds of herbivores literally reshaped the landscape of entire forests. Even insects lived by the rules dictated by the giants who ate the plants they pollinated. But when the asteroid hit, all of this collapsed in an instant. Entire ecological niches, huge roles in the global spectacle, were left vacant. The role of apex predator, the role of giant herbivore, the role of canopy shaper, the role of seed disperser, all were emptied in a single geological instant. Ecological silence descended, and silence, as we know, cries out to be filled. Mammals were the first to respond to this call with undisguised enthusiasm. During the Paleocene epoch, in just a few million years, they radically transformed the world. Fossils from that period vividly demonstrate how rapidly they changed. Tiny insectivorous creatures diversified into many groups, boldly experimenting with body size and foraging methods. Some developed elongated snouts and sharpened teeth, embracing the role of predators. Others, on the contrary, clung to the ground, mastering a plant-based diet. Still others took the path of versatility, becoming omnivores that could dig up edible roots one day and hunt insects the next. These creatures ranged in size from tiny, lightning-fast movers to creatures the size of a modern dog, and eventually much larger. This was not yet the era of mammoths and mastodons, but it was not long before truly large animals appeared. It was during this period that recognizable primates first appeared on the evolutionary stage. These small arboreal mammals with tenacious paws became the new heroes of the evolutionary saga. In the forests, which grew denser with each passing century, creatures with forward-facing eyes emerged. They fed on juicy fruits and insects, masterfully balancing on branches and leaping from one trunk to another. Their brains, compared to their body size, significantly increased, and their senses became extremely acute. These earliest primates were still very small and defenseless in a world full of predators, but they became the starting point of that incredible evolutionary lineage that would ultimately lead to the emergence of monkeys, apes, and, finally, humans. This great journey began the very moment the extinction of the dinosaurs opened the forests to mammals. Ungulates, the earliest ungulates, also began their history in the paleontological record of that time. Initially, they were quite small, no larger than a cat or fox, with simple teeth and a simple diet. However, the emergence of vast pastures and the spread of new species of flowering plants spurred their incredible species diversity. To exploit these new food sources, they began to evolve, becoming the distant ancestors of modern deer, horses, camels, and cattle. Evolving from humble seed-eaters to vast herds, they filled the plains during this remarkable experimental period, when the Earth's expanses were open and vegetation was abundant. Following the herbivores, predators also evolved, gradually growing larger. Carnivorous mammals began to develop more massive bodies and deadly hunting adaptations. Some species developed saber-like fangs, while others relied on speed and cooperative hunting. Although still small compared to the giant predators of later eras, they were already confidently claiming the roles once held by tyrannosaurs and other carnivorous reptiles. For the first time in the planet's history, mammals found themselves at the top of the food chain not as scavengers, but as true hunters, shaping the behavior of their prey. Birds, too, began to explore new horizons, conquering the newly opened spaces. With the disappearance of the pterosaurs, the skies became theirs. They rapidly diversified their diet, inhabiting forests, waterfalls, rivers, and seashores. Birds of prey, armed with razor-sharp talons and hooked beaks, took to the skies to occupy the niche previously occupied by flying reptiles. Some became enormous, flightless runners, moving across open terrain like new giants of the plains. Others remained small and agile, flitting through forests and meadows. The lack of competition allowed birds to experiment with forms that would define their appearance for millions of years to come. In response to these changes, plants embarked on their own evolutionary path. Flowering plants, freed from the pressure of herbivorous dinosaurs, blossomed into a full array of species. Fruits became larger, juicier, and more colorful, attracting mammals and birds, which carried their seeds farther than wind or water could carry them. Trees began experimenting with the architecture of their canopies, creating multi-tiered green canopies that became home to countless creatures. Grasses, which had existed before the extinction but had played no significant role, now began their great advance. Over time, they would cover entire continents, transforming them into endless pastures. But already in the early Paleocene, they were quietly expanding their domain, laying the foundation for future ecosystems. Insects also responded to these changes, exploring the new, colorful world of flowering plants. A pollinator boom began. Bees, butterflies, and beetles evolved hand in hand with flowers, each forging its own unique evolutionary trajectory. Other insects adapted to the new mammals, becoming parasites, scavengers, or symbiotic with them. The complex network of interactions between plants, insects, and animals that defines modern ecosystems began to emerge during this remarkable period of experimentation. Each branch of the Tree of Life explored new territories, creating unique and harmonious communities. The old world vanished into oblivion. The oceans, too, became a breeding ground for new life forms. Although devastated by the catastrophe, they slowly but surely recovered. Sharks that survived the cataclysm continued to exist, evolving into new species to fill the ecological niches left by the disappearance of mosasaurs and many giant fish. Let's fast forward to the ancient oceans, slowly recovering from the great catastrophe. Here, in their aquatic cradle, turtles once again conquered the sea depths. Some of their genera, taking advantage of the absence of former predators, evolved into true giants, while sea levels gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, microscopic particles of plankton, miraculously surviving the long years of darkness, gave rise to new dynasties that to this day serve as the foundation for the entire marine food chain. There was no talk yet of giant whales, but somewhere on land, those mammals destined for an incredible journey back to the ocean were already taking their first steps. The history of life on the continents was also being written anew. The oceans seemed unnaturally still and empty. The giant ammonites with their spiral shells were gone, entire forests of underwater algae had vanished, and the killer marine reptiles had vanished forever. But this calm was only a prelude. Evolution was already preparing a new grand act in its endless play. The uniqueness of this moment in history lay not only in the new pathways opened up for life, but also in the staggering speed with which these pathways began to fill. This global catastrophe acted like a giant reset button for all life on the planet, and nature's response was immediate. In stable, established ecosystems, evolutionary change proceeds slowly over millions of years, as every spot under the sun is already occupied, and competition is incredibly high. But in a world destroyed to its foundations, where survival itself became the first and only rule, evolution, as if casting off its shackles, shifted into supersonic speed. Entire lineages that had remained in the shadow of giants for centuries suddenly had their moment of glory. Traits that had previously been mere bonuses now became the key to survival and prosperity. Evolution is a process that feeds on opportunity, and after the great extinction, the world became one vast ocean of opportunity. It's easy to succumb to the temptation to see this as some kind of progress, as if life were purposefully climbing the ladder from the simplest mammals to primates and, ultimately, to the pinnacle of creation, humankind. But this is a fallacy. Evolution is not an architect with a pre-prepared blueprint. It operates not with goals, but only with chances. Each new branch of life that sprouted from the ashes of the old world did not strive for some distant future. Its only goal was to survive, here and now, to produce offspring, and to make the most of the resources at hand. And the fact that one of these paths ultimately led to the emergence of humanity is nothing more than a cosmic accident, a lucky ticket in the lottery of survival. Countless other paths were taken, but they proved dead ends and were cut short by chance. Entire dynasties of mammals vanished, unique bird species became extinct, and many plant forms were never able to spread beyond their tiny ranges. The post-disaster landscape resembled not a wide, straight highway, but a tangled labyrinth full of bold experiments, most of which proved short-lived. But it was those fortunate enough to find a way out of this labyrinth who created the world we know today. Now let's imagine this new world unfolding before our eyes. In dense forests rising from the ashes, the first primates scurry between the branches. Their dexterous paws with tenacious toes grip the branches tightly, and their large, wary eyes watch every rustle. Below, in the undergrowth, small herbivores wander, their hooves still clumsy and primitive, but with each new generation they become more sophisticated. In the rivers, turtles bask in the sun on fallen tree trunks, and the shadows of crocodiles glide through the murky waters, living relics of a bygone era. Birdsong resounds overhead. Some birds are striking in the brightness of their plumage, others are a drab grey. Some soar through the skies, others, having lost the ability to fly, scurry swiftly along the ground. The air hums with the buzz of myriads of insects, and the fields are strewn with flowers that attract the first pollinators. This is no longer a world of dinosaurs, but it is not yet a world of humans. This is a world in transition, a world of limitless possibilities. New life has not completely erased the memory of the past. Somewhere deep beneath our feet, dinosaur bones still lie, silent monuments to a bygone era. The oceans bear the chemical scars of past acidification, and embers from the great fires that raged across the planet can still be found in the forest soil. But life always looks only forward. It is driven not by memories of the past, but by an inexorable thirst for life. Every living creature strives for the next meal, to build the next nest, to leave behind offspring. It was in this incessant struggle for existence that new, astonishing forms were born. Each was a unique answer to the fundamental question: how to survive in this world, transformed beyond recognition. From that moment on, the arc of life took on the contours that would determine its entire future. Mammals diverged into swift predators and large herbivores. Birds colonized every corner of the sky, and flowering plants embarked on a victorious march across every continent. Millions of years after the impact, complex connections between the animal and plant worlds emerged on Earth. The oceans finally returned to normal, giving birth to entirely new ecosystems. What emerged from the ashes was no pale replica of the Cretaceous period. It was an entirely new world, ruled by the survivors and their descendants. The asteroid marked the end of one grand story, but it also served as a prologue to countless others. These new stories each unfolded in their own way. Some were brief and quickly faded, while others evolved into sagas of dominant life forms. This was neither the end of evolution nor its beginning. It was a moment of incredible acceleration, a turning point after which the paths of life were forged in entirely new, unpredictable directions. The world was changed forever, and these changes will continue forever. Hidden deep beneath the layers of soil and rock of our modern world lies the greatest library in the universe. A library written not with ink on paper, but with bones, shells, and fossilized leaves sealed within the sedimentary rock. This library preserves secrets in an atmosphere of eternal silence and patience. Each layer of stone, clay, or sand is a separate page in a story that can be read endlessly. A layer of shale is a chapter in a mysterious book, holding words that cannot be spoken, but which can be heard by those who know how to listen to the silence. The story of the asteroid impact and its aftermath is one of the most dramatic chapters in this stone chronicle. However, when we open this page, we are struck not by the brutality of the events, but by a deafening, all-consuming silence. The fossil record does not thunder with the roar of dying dinosaurs or the rumble of gigantic tsunamis. It whispers its story to us through fragments, through voids, through silence and absence. This silent tale is an eternal reminder that our world was once destroyed to its foundations and then reborn anew. When paleontologists study the geological boundary between the Cretaceous and Paleogene periods, they find a thin, barely noticeable band, sometimes no thicker than a knife blade. This layer is found all over the globe, from the rocky canyons of North America to the plains of Europe and Asia, and even at the bottom of the deepest ocean trenches. It is anomalously rich in iridium, a metal extremely rare in the Earth's crust, but abundant in asteroids. This iridium line is like a scar on the planet's surface. A silent imprint left in stone, screaming that something transcendental, unimaginable, has struck our planet. Step below this line, and you're in a world of giants, where dinosaur bones abound. Step above, and you're in a world of ghosts, where dinosaur bones vanish without a trace. Below this line, spiral ammonite shells are found everywhere. Above, not a single one. The silence of what's gone speaks louder than words. It's as eloquent as the presence of what's been found. This stone archive doesn't contain whole skeletons frozen in death or pristine forests petrified by time. Most often, we find only fragments: a solitary tooth, scattered bones, pollen grains, tiny pieces of charcoal, and the faint imprints of leaves on stone. A tiny tooth tells a story of how a mammal once lived here, gnawing on seeds or hunting insects. A pollen grain carried by the wind bears witness to the tentative rebirth of forests. Fragments of charcoal are a whisper of the all-consuming fire that raged across the planet, leaving behind only scorched desert. Each fragment is small and fragile, but together, like pieces of a mosaic, they form a grand picture of survival and extinction, of endings and new beginnings. But the loudest testimony is silence. In the geological layers above the fatal boundary, entire groups of living creatures simply vanish. Dinosaurs, with the exception of those destined to become birds, left nothing behind. Ammonites, which dominated the seas for millions of years, evaporated without a trace. Pterosaurs will never again leave the imprint of their leathery wings in stone. Their complete total absence is what truly astounds the imagination. Turning these stone pages in the Earth's library, we witness entire worlds crumbling to dust. It is a silent story of extinction, written in the most vivid way possible. Yet, despite this deafening silence, life resurfaces, revealing itself in new, unprecedented forms. The rock record shows mammals rapidly reproducing, birds becoming increasingly diverse, and plants boldly experimenting with new forms and survival strategies. This story is told not by a single fossil, but by a chorus of finds, each a mere note in a long, unhurried song of rebirth. A jawbone here, a seed there, a feather lodged in ancient mud. A turtle shell, preserved in the mud, proves that the world did not perish completely. It simply changed. The fossil record is striking in its unbiased honesty. It doesn't attempt to dramatize or embellish events. It simply records what happened, without emotion or preconception. A petrified tree trunk is a fact that a forest once existed here. Ripple marks in sandstone are proof that water flowed here, and the sudden disappearance of shells in a particular rock layer is irrefutable evidence that the ocean has changed. The silence in this record isn't just emptiness, it's information, and the clearest sign that a catastrophe has completely reshaped the very fabric of life. Let's consider one of the most striking examples, the so-called fern surge. In layers located just above the iridium boundary, the composition of fossil pollen and spores changes dramatically. The rich plant diversity of the Cretaceous period is almost completely replaced by the total dominance of ferns. This sharp increase in fern spore concentrations is observed worldwide. The fossil record doesn't scream fires, doesn't describe ash or dead forests. But this sudden, stunning abundance of fern spores paints a picture more vivid than any words. The planet was devastated, turned into a scorched field, and only the hardy ferns were able to sprout first in this new, harsh world. The fossil record also bears witness to the monstrous stress life endured. Let's delve into the silent archives of Earth itself to understand how those lucky enough to survive this catastrophe endured. Fossilized fish skeletons scream of a world suffocating without oxygen. Their bones are thin and fragile, and the growth rings on their scales are jagged and broken, like a chronicle of years of famine. Ancient mollusks, like flight recorders, preserved the chemical composition of ancient seas in their shells. Their descendants bore the traces of acid rain. Eroded shells testify to the fact that even the soil was poisoned. Imagine giant petrified trees. Their rings are more than just a timeline. They are the story of long, dark winters, when cold gripped the planet and growth almost stopped. It seems as if nature itself held its breath. Even the few who survived this hell bore its marks, like scars forever frozen in stone. These are not Hollywood survival movies where heroes battle fate. No, this is a quiet, almost indiscernible chronicle, written in distorted growth patterns, waiting for its moment to be read for millions of years. But there's another side to this story: the deafening silence of the fossil record. It reminds us of what we will never know. The vast majority of living creatures that inhabited the Earth at that fateful moment vanished, leaving no trace behind. Countless species of soft-bodied creatures, from worms to jellyfish, simply vanished into thin air. An incredible diversity of insects, fungi, microscopic organisms, entire worlds were wiped from the face of the Earth forever. The fossil record is a book from which nearly every page has been torn, and its silence tells us far more about the scale of the tragedy than any words could. But even these scraps, these fragments of the past, point the way, hinting at the incredible and immense secrets our planet still holds. Preserved within the Earth's very memory, in its geological layers, are the ghostly imprints of vanished worlds and evidence of how the planet was transformed after their demise. Let's transport ourselves to an excavation site. There, a paleontologist, kneeling in centuries-old dust, carefully brushes dirt from an ancient bone or the imprint of a prehistoric leaf. At this moment, he doesn't simply find an artifact. Like a medium, he extracts a long-forgotten voice from the deafening silence of time, a voice that carries a message across millions of years. I was here. I lived. I was part of this world. Each individual fossil may seem like an insignificant grain of sand on the shore of an ocean of time, but together they merge into a grand chorus, performing a symphony of Earth's history. A chorus that includes both deafening crescendos and piercing silences. It is these stone witnesses that tell us how quickly the extinction drama unfolded. Sometimes this process dragged on for centuries, slowly and inexorably, like an approaching disease. But at the boundary of the Cretaceous, everything comes to an end. The music of life suddenly fades. Entire groups of animals around the world disappear, seemingly in an instant. And this cannot be explained by any gradual climate change. A thin line of iridium, an anomalous surge of fern spores, the sudden disappearance of entire families of flora and fauna, all these are clues at the scene of a planetary crime. Everything points to a catastrophe of such magnitude that it rewrote the course of evolution in a matter of days. Without these silent testimonies, locked in stone, we would never have known how swiftly and brutally the face of our world changed. However, beyond the story of destruction, we also see in these layers the beginning of a rebirth. Hundreds of thousands of years pass, an eternity for us, but a mere blink of an eye for the planet, and the diversity of life begins to return. Mammals, previously huddled in the shadow of dinosaurs, take center stage and begin to explore new roles. Birds become increasingly numerous, and plants become ever bolder and more experimental in their forms. The silence of a parched world gives way to new voices. This revival was not an instantaneous miracle. It was slow, arduous, but utterly inexorable. Fossils do not tell us a story of despair. They testify to the incredible resilience and adaptability of life to any conditions. The deathly silence of extinction is followed by the barely audible whisper of renewal, which then grows into the growing hum of a new round of evolution. Imagine standing here at this excavation site, holding a tiny bone fragment in your palm. It once belonged to a small mammal, our distant ancestor, timidly picking its way through the ferns in a post-cataclysmic world. Around you, in the same rock layer, fossilized spores, imprints of the first scavenging insects, and fragments of charred wood are found. Each such rock layer is a frozen frame from a film about a world in constant motion and change. Fossils are silent, but they can tell us the greatest of stories if we learn to listen. They are a chronicle without sound, a story without words, a tale of resilience that needs no adjectives. The asteroid impact and its aftermath are a story not so much of total destruction as of global transformation, and the Earth's rock record impartially records both sides of this process. It shows us the twilight of the age of giants and the dawn of a new era. It preserves the silence filled with the agony of extinction and the barely audible whispers of those who survived. It is an eternal reminder that history is written not only by victories, but also by losses. It is in what has vanished forever, and in what has managed to remain. That's why we know the Earth shook with impact, that the skies blackened with ash, that forests burned to the ground, and the oceans changed their chemistry, and that from this deathly silence, life began its journey anew. Every fossil in this book is like a sentence, every geological layer a paragraph, and every sequence of rocks a chapter, and the void between them is not just silence. It is the place where some worlds ended and others were born. Reading the fossil record is the art of listening to silence and finding in it the echoes of life that continue to resound across the abyss of time. But the story of the asteroid impact is not only etched in the remains of living creatures. Bones, leaves, shells, and teeth tell us who lived and who died, but the rocks themselves, the very flesh of the planet, can tell us how it happened. Crystals, clays, and minerals, like the pages of an ancient diary, preserve the records made at the very moment of the catastrophe. And these geological records are as eloquent as any other. Though crystals and minerals have never breathed, they bear the indelible imprint of that apocalypse. To decipher these messages, scientists have learned to read the language of stone. They study crystals under polarized light, grind clay into powder, and examine the thinnest sections of rock under powerful microscopes. Each crystal is a silent witness. Each grain of clay is a page telling the story of what happened on the planet when fire rained down from the heavens. At the boundary between the Cretaceous and Paleogene periods, a layer unlike any other runs across the globe. Sometimes it's only a few centimeters thick, sometimes a little more, but it's everywhere. A thin, dark band dividing two worlds, before and after. Within this layer, geologists find myriads of tiny glass beads called tektites. These are droplets of rock, molten by the hellish heat of the impact, thrown into the atmosphere and scattered across the planet, crossing continents before cooling and falling to Earth as perfect spheres. Hold one in your hand, and you'll hold a piece of Earth that was once liquid fire, soaring through the heavens at unimaginable speeds. These glass beads are not theory or metaphor. They are direct physical evidence of the explosion that transformed solid rock into glass. In this same layer, quartz crystals are found that appear scorched and mangled by the impact. Under a standard microscope, this quartz appears completely ordinary. But zoom in, and a shocking picture emerges. Its surface is riddled with scars, microscopic parallel lines that could only have formed under colossal pressures, many times greater than anything even the most powerful volcanic eruption could generate. These scars are the imprints of the shock wave. Tiny cracks form a unique pattern that is the hallmark of an asteroid impact. These geological fingerprints irrefutably prove that the Earth was struck by a force unmatched by any earthquake or eruption. Finding such shocked quartz in boundary layers around the world is like finding shards of shattered glass kilometers from the epicenter of the explosion. Each grain seems to scream, "Something monumental happened here." The clay in this boundary layer also holds its own secrets. At the moment of impact, enormous volumes of sulfur and other chemical compounds were released into the atmosphere. Falling as acid rain, they settled on the surface, mixing with ash and crushed rock, forming clays with a unique chemical composition that stand out sharply against both older and younger layers. Some of these clays contain anomalously high concentrations of iridium, a rare metal that was the first clue that drew scientists' attention to the extraterrestrial nature of the disaster. Iridium is common in meteorites and asteroids, but it is vanishingly rare in the Earth's crust. Its presence in this clay is like a signature left by a cosmic visitor. It is irrefutable proof that the culprit of the tragedy came from the depths of space. In some places on the surface of this layer, crystals can be seen that literally preserve the memory of the heat. Tiny spherical rock particles formed not only in the crater itself, but also high in the atmosphere. where the debris evaporated and recondensed into glass droplets. Some of these fell as fiery rain thousands of kilometers from the impact site, forming layers in places as far away as North America and Europe. Studying these layers, scientists discovered magnetic signatures within them. As they cooled, the molten droplets aligned with the Earth's magnetic field like tiny compass needles. They froze in this position within seconds, forever capturing both the fury of their birth and the calm stability of the planet that received them. Minerals and clays also tell us about the fires that followed the impact. Fragments of charcoal mixed with crystals indicate that almost immediately after the impact, forest fires of truly apocalyptic proportions swept across the planet. The soot found in the sediments is chemically identical to the ash from burned forests, indicating that even the most remote corners of the planet were engulfed in flames. The impact was recorded in the crystals, and its fiery aftermath in the charcoal particles preserved alongside them. These silent witnesses paint a picture of a chain reaction that forever changed the face of the Earth. The impact itself left behind not only debris scattered across the globe, but also a gigantic scar, the Chicxulub crater, today hidden beneath layers of rock in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Let's move on to the Yucatan Peninsula, but not to its bustling cities or sun-drenched beaches, but deep underground. Here, beneath a layer of younger geological layers, scientific detectives have drilled holes to peer into the very heart of an ancient catastrophe. They have unearthed so-called cores, stone pillars that serve as veritable time capsules. Within them, the drama of that very day is preserved. Matter molten to the point of glass, rock pulverized, and crystals mangled by unimaginable force. Each core is a frozen frame from a horror movie, capturing the moment of impact. In some sections, we see how the rock literally turned into a boiling puddle, then froze forever. In others, we are presented with crystals whose structure was torn apart and rebuilt by the colossal explosion. It is these silent witnesses who tell us the story of the first seconds and minutes after the killer asteroid slammed into Earth. The monstrous pressure and temperatures, comparable to those found in the core of a star, instantly melted the bedrock and then just as quickly forged it into entirely new, bizarre shapes. Just above this layer of horror and destruction lies another piece of evidence, no less eerie in its silence. It is a thin layer of clay. Under a microscope, we see that right at its boundary, life suddenly ceases. Billions of tiny plankton shells that until this moment filled the ocean simply vanish. And the clay itself, it is empty. Not a single fossil remains. This geological discontinuity is nothing less than evidence of the instantaneous collapse of an entire ocean ecosystem. As if someone had flipped a switch and life in the seas was extinguished. Only above this dead layer do new forms of plankton appear, first primitive, then increasingly complex. This clay is more than just a chemical trace. It is a record of biological silence, a moment in the planet's history when life itself seemed to stand still. Even its color screams catastrophe. These boundary layers often have a dark gray hue, permeated with soot particles, ash from the global fire. They stand out sharply against the light, calm deposits above and below. For a paleontologist, this isn't just a difference in color, it's a difference between two worlds. Gray symbolizes chaos, a firestorm, and total confusion. The light layers, however, symbolize stability, eros, when sedimentary rocks slowly and peacefully sank to the bottom, untouched by cataclysms. This thin, dark stripe is a scar on the planet's surface, narrow but impossible to miss. But these crystals and clays aren't just relics of the impact itself. They offer a window into the hellish years that followed. The layers immediately above the fatal boundary retain the chemical fingerprints of the acid rain that rained down on the planet. Strange sulfur compounds can be found in them, direct evidence that the atmosphere turned into a toxic soup, and that what rained down from the sky wasn't water, but actual acid. In other strata, geologists have noted a sharp drop in calcium carbonate content, the very mineral from which marine organisms build their shells and skeletons, and corals construct reefs. This means that the chemical composition of the world's oceans has changed dramatically. It has become aggressive and has begun to literally dissolve all life, destroying the foundations of the food chain. These are not just fossils of extinct creatures, but the fossilized chemistry of a world in dire straits. The fossil record tells us who survived, but these crystals and clays explain why everyone else perished. They tell of a sudden darkness that enveloped the planet, of acidic oceans and global fires that scorched entire continents. These are irrefutable pieces of evidence that have transformed long-held hypotheses into proven fact. Without them, scientists might still be debating whether volcanoes alone could have caused such a mass extinction, or whether slow climate change over millions of years was sufficient. But thanks to these findings, we can state with absolute certainty a giant rock fell from the sky, struck the Earth, and left these deep scars in its geological record. Imagine holding a grain of quartz, no bigger than a grain of sand, in the palm of your hand. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary stone. But examine it under a microscope and you'll see something incredible. Its surface is riddled with microscopic parallel cracks, like the steps of a tiny staircase. Each scratch is a frozen memory of the unimaginable pressure that pierced this crystal. This single grain held its secret for 66 million years, silently lying within the rock until we learned to decipher its message. Now multiply this by countless similar grains found around the world, and you'll get a chorus of witnesses, each whispering the same terrifying truth. Clay and crystals are the most humble chroniclers of Earth's history. They don't roar like Tyrannosaurus rex, don't impress with their size like gigantic sauropods, and didn't fill ancient seas like ammonites. But in their silence, they are utterly precise. They are incapable of exaggeration and forget nothing. They carry within them a record written in the language of heat, pressure, and chemistry. To understand what really happened at the end of the Cretaceous, we look beyond the bones of giants. We peer into crystals shattered in a split second, into layers of clay that have maintained an eerie silence for centuries, and into glass spheres frozen in mid-flight, born in a fireball. These are the irrefutable laws of geology, and they speak louder than any words. But the story of our planet is one not only of destruction, but also of incredible resilience. New, intact crystals begin to emerge from layers of shattered quartz. Above layers of soot and ash, clay deposits return to their normal chemical composition, and within them, fossil shells begin to appear again. At first, just a little, then more and more. The minerals themselves record the process of restoration, showing how planetary cycles take their toll. Earth did not remain in a state of perpetual shock. Its geological wound healed layer by layer, while life on the surface reassembled itself piece by piece, leaf by leaf, bone by bone. Thus, crystals and clay serve not only as witnesses to the catastrophe, but also as a reminder of the continuity of our planet's history. The asteroid was destroyed, but the planet itself endured. The stone library of its history suffered, but continued to be written. The processes that always formed sediments, crystallized minerals, and eroded rocks continued before, during, and after the impact. These traces became woven into the Earth's history, becoming an integral part of it, as important as the fossils of living creatures themselves. To truly grasp the scale of tragedy, one must experience the moment of catastrophe. A dinosaur bone will tell you of a lost life. Fern spores will tell you of the rebirth of plant life. But only a shard of shocked quartz, witness to the impact, can convey the very atmosphere of that moment. A glass tektite bead, born in the fireball that followed the impact, will tell you of the frenzied heat. And a piece of clay with an abnormally high iridium content will remind you of the space alien that brought chaos and death. These are not simply echoes of bygone lives, they are the echoes of a clash of powerful forces. these are the loudest voices that have reached us from a time when the world changed forever. Fossils quietly speak of those who survived, and crystals and clay silently scream of how new life was born from the ashes of the old. Together, they tell the story of the end of one era and the beginning of another. And this story is written not in words, but in the very texture of the stone. The silence of the earth is never empty. It is filled with memories, simply waiting to be heard. Beneath the modern jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, beneath its limestone plateaus and mangroves, beneath its cities, roads, and resort beaches, lies a gigantic scar. It's invisible from the surface. Reliably concealed by a kilometer of younger rock, it's invisible to the human eye. Only sensitive instruments measuring gravity, magnetic fields, and seismic waves can detect it. And yet, it's one of the most significant scars in the history of our planet. After all, it's the wound left by the very asteroid that ended the age of dinosaurs. The Chicxulub crater is more than just a hole in the ground. It is a frozen moment of unimaginable violence, forever sealed in stone. A reminder that even as the world above is constantly changing, the Earth itself never forgets what it endured. 66 million years ago, a rock over 10 kilometers in diameter, the size of Mount Everest, slammed into a shallow ocean in what is now Mexico at monstrous speed. In a matter of seconds, it released energy greater than that of billions of nuclear bombs. The impact vaporized water, melted rock, and tore a cavity tens of kilometers deep and hundreds of kilometers wide into the Earth's crust. The Earth shuddered and rippled like the surface of a pond after a stone has been dropped. Mountains of molten rock rose kilometers into the air and collapsed within minutes. Inside the crater, a ring of peaks formed, taller than any modern mountain range in the Yucatan, then just as quickly collapsed as the planet desperately tried to heal its terrible wound. What had been a tranquil tropical seafloor moments before became a seething cauldron of fire, steam, and molten rock. Today, the Chicxulub crater is completely buried, its edges smoothed by millions of years of erosion. However, geologists have been able to map it with remarkable accuracy, tracing its gigantic ring-shaped features across the peninsula. Its diameter is approximately 180 kilometers, making it one of the largest impact structures ever discovered on Earth. But unlike the impact crater in Arizona, which is visible for tens of kilometers, Chicxulub remains an invisible ghost. It manifests itself only as a faint gravitational anomaly and is surrounded by a ring of cenotes, natural sinkholes formed where limestone fell into ancient cracks left by the impact. Walking through the Yucatan, you can cross the threshold of the greatest catastrophe in the history of life without even realizing it. But the Earth remembers, even if its surface seems forgetful. Drilling into the heart of Chicxulub reveals, layer by layer, the full violence of that moment. Above lie the young deposits, calm, peaceful limestone strata formed millions of years later. But beneath them, hell unfolds. First comes that thin layer of clay, brimming with iridium mixed with soot and microscopic glass beads. And even deeper lie rocks that endured pressures many times greater than any volcanic eruption or tectonic shift. Some of these layers have completely melted, turning into solid, glassy slabs. Others are shattered into microscopic fragments, mute witnesses to the crushing shockwave, and at the very center lies the peak ring, the remains of those very mountains that soared skyward and collapsed in the first minutes after the impact. Imagine, the Earth, struck by a colossal force, behaves not like solid rock, but like liquid. It rises up, then collapses back down, freezing forever. These rocks, now buried beneath the layers of time, are silent witnesses to the most violent moments our planet has ever known. This scar left on the body of the Earth is not just a geological formation. It is a monument to a global ecological catastrophe. Around it lie layers of rock that, like pages of a stone chronicle, record the fury of the tsunamis that followed the impact. These waves, veritable liquid mountains hundreds of meters high, swept across the shallows, stripping everything from the surface. Ancient forests, herds of animals, tons of soil, and dragging it all into the sea abyss. In core samples recovered from the bottom of the bay, paleontologists are finding irrefutable evidence of this monstrous wave. Within the very epicenter of the impact, water likely turned into a seething cauldron, and molten rock vaporized into superheated gas. Any living creature within hundreds of kilometers was annihilated in a split second. But the wound inflicted on the planet wasn't limited to just the crater. Billions of tons of debris ejected into the stratosphere enveloped the Earth in an impenetrable shroud, plunging the world into darkness. Chemical traces of this event spread across every ocean and continent, leaving the imprint of the Great Dying in every corner of the globe. When satellites first spotted this gigantic circular anomaly beneath the Yucatan Peninsula, no one could say for sure what it was. It took decades of painstaking research, drilling, and data analysis, from rock crystal structure to fossils and maps, to prove that this was where the heavens fell. For years, the scientific world fiercely debated the cause. What killed the dinosaurs? An asteroid impact, or perhaps colossal volcanic eruptions in what is now India? The Chicxulub crater proved the clincher. This scar proved that the wound was not metaphorical, but entirely real. Dinosaurs didn't fade slowly. They were wiped off the face of the Earth. Their world was destroyed in a single, devastating blow. And it happened right here. Today, this scar on the Yucatan is invisible to the naked eye, but its presence permeates everything if you know where to look. A chain of sinkholes, or cenotes, crosses the peninsula like a giant arc, perfectly outlining the rim of an ancient crater. These sinkholes, filled with crystal-clear, cool water, are the legacy of the sea that lapped here long after the catastrophe. For the ancient civilizations that inhabited these lands, cenotes were sacred portals to the underworld, gateways to the gods. Of course, they could not have known that their sanctuaries arose on the ruins of a world destroyed millions of years before the first humans appeared. But their reverence was no accident. Cenotes are a living reminder that the Earth has a very, very deep memory. Chicxulub is more than just a scar. It is a turning point in the history of life. Without this impact, the age of dinosaurs might have continued for millions more years. In such a world, our tiny mammal ancestors simply wouldn't have had a chance. Primates likely never would have evolved, and humanity might never have come into being. So this scar is not only the end of one story, but also the beginning of another entirely. Every bird soaring in the sky, every mammal running along the ground, every forest rising from the ashes after a long darkness, they all owe their lives to this crater, to the moment when the Earth was mortally wounded, yet managed to rise again. This scar also reminds us of a disturbing truth woven into the very fabric of our planet's history: its vulnerability. On the scale of a human lifetime, collisions with large asteroids seem unlikely, but on the scale of geologic time, they are absolutely inevitable. Earth hurtles through space, and space is not a void. Asteroids and comets constantly cross our orbit. Some are no more than cosmic dust, but others are the size of mountains, capable of ending an entire era. These collisions are a stark reminder that worlds can change in minutes, that our stability is a fragile illusion, and that life itself sometimes depends on blind chance. By studying this ancient scar, we are not simply looking to the past. We are trying to understand the risks that the future holds. Let's transport ourselves to the rim of this crater in the first moments after the impact. If by some miracle we had survived, we would have seen a scene of apocalypse. The sea would have vanished, turning into a boiling abyss of fire and steam. The sky would have become one continuous flash, and monstrous clouds of rock and water would have risen at supersonic speeds. The very ground would have heaved beneath our feet, and shock waves would have spread in all directions, destroying everything in their path. Within minutes, the central peak ring would have risen and collapsed, and then the ocean would have rushed back, generating tsunamis that would have set off on a deadly journey across the planet. It would have been the most colossal and most terrifying spectacle the world has ever seen. Yet today, Walking through the Yucatan, you'll see only tropical forests, cities, and that same hidden arc of cenotes. The violent past is gone, but the scar remains. Rock samples recovered from the crater tell a remarkable story. Life returned with astonishing speed. Within just a few years, microscopic organisms were already colonizing the waters above the wound, and thousands of years later, entire ecosystems had re-emerged on the seafloor. Even in the heart of the greatest destruction, life found a way to return. The scar never healed, but it was no longer a dead zone. It became part of a living planet again, and this incredible resilience of life is no less a striking part of the Chicxulub story than the destruction itself. This scar isn't as obvious as the Grand Canyon or Mount Everest. It's a quiet, hidden place that shows how nature can persevere even after the most unimaginable tragedies. Unnoticed, yet unparalleled in its significance, Chicxulub marks the point where history took a sharp turn, where one era burned to the ground to give birth to another. Every layer of molten rock, every grain of ravaged quartz, every ring of cenotes, a word in this grand story. The Yucatan Peninsula rests on the world's most famous wound, a wound that has healed but will never go away. The dinosaurs are gone, but the scar remains. Their tracks are erased, but mammals have taken their place. Forests have regenerated, and sea levels have long since stabilized, but the crater is still there. Silent, patient, and eternal, hidden beneath a layer of limestone, it reminds us that the Earth never forgets. Stone preserves memory, even when life moves forward. It's easy to think of the asteroid in the past tense, relegating it to the role of a dinosaur killer from the distant past. But Chicxulub isn't just a historical fact, it's an enduring symbol. An event that occurred 66 million years ago seems like something out of science fiction, not a real threat. Yet space ignores our notions of time and distance. It's full of wandering rocks, and Earth still orbits in the midst of this cosmic tear. Some of these debris are mere specks of dust, but others are as large as Everest and carry the power to end our era. If an asteroid that size appeared on radar today, hurtling toward us from the icy darkness, it wouldn't be a story about dinosaurs. It would be our story. The main difference would be our knowledge. 66 million years ago, no one looked to the sky, sensing impending doom. No species had telescopes, no creature understood trajectories and velocities. The impact took the world completely, unimaginably by surprise. Today, we would have seen it coming. Telescopes would have detected a barely perceptible point of light against the backdrop of stars, heading inexorably toward Earth. Perhaps, a few years before the impact, scientists would have calculated the trajectory and the world would have learned its fate. But how would this knowledge have affected us? Would it have led to calm, coordinated preparation or to global panic? One can only guess. If an asteroid were comparable to the one that created the Chicxulub crater, a rock roughly 10 kilometers wide, there would be no doubt about its intentions. And although our technology would allow us to track its every move, no existing missile, no nuclear arsenal, no fleet of spacecraft could stop an object of such mass hurtling at tens of kilometers per second. The energy released upon impact would dwarf everything humanity has ever created or exploded. The question would not be whether we could stop it, but whether we could comprehend its meaning before it was over. Just imagine the news headlines, the endless televised debates. Some would hope until the very end that the calculations were wrong and the asteroid would miss. Others would begin preparing for the worst. Still others would deny the danger itself, dismissing it as fiction or exaggeration. And still others would demand immediate action, proposing desperate plans to destroy the asteroid with weapons that had never been tested on such a scale. Politicians would argue over responsibility and resources. The world would be united by a shared fear, yet riven by contradictions. Over the years, that rock in the sky would grow ever brighter, transforming from a dot into an ominous, moving star, visible to the naked eye, a silent reminder that time is running out. On the day of impact, history would have shifted from expectation to reality. The asteroid would have fallen not in the warm, shallow seas of the Cretaceous period, but anywhere on the planet, an ocean, a desert, a megacity. If it had struck the ocean, it would have generated a mega tsunami hundreds of meters high, washing away coastal cities on every continent. If it had struck land, the consequences would have been no less horrific. The crater would have engulfed entire countries, instantly vaporizing cities and leveling everything for hundreds of kilometers around. Firestorms would have engulfed continents, burning forests, fields, and everything human-made, spreading faster than any fire humanity had ever encountered. Fast forward to 66 million years ago. The dinosaurs, rulers of this planet, could not even suspect the impending catastrophe. They had neither sophisticated instruments nor early warning systems. For them, the sky was familiar and unchanging, an endless blue with lazy clouds drifting across it. But somewhere out there, in the cold void of space, the fate of their world had already been decided. And then the moment arrived. Without warning, without a single sign to those peacefully grazing or hunting on the surface, the spacecraft slammed into the shallows where Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula now lies. In those distant times, the Gulf of Mexico was a veritable underwater paradise, adorned with coral reefs, teeming with life. In a single instant, all that life was reduced to nothing. The energy released by the collision was unimaginable, more powerful than the explosion of billions of atomic bombs detonated simultaneously. A gigantic rock punched a monstrous crater in the Earth's crust, over 100 kilometers wide and dozens deep. The planet shook to its very core. Shockwaves rolled across the continents, and ocean water shot up into the sky, forming a wall taller than the highest mountains. The ocean itself seemed to leap in unbearable pain. The explosion vaporized tons of rock, soil, and water, turning them into red-hot columns that pierced the atmosphere and rushed into space. For a moment, the Earth rang like a giant bell struck with a crushing blow. If we could observe this from space, the scene would be both mesmerizing and utterly terrifying. A blinding flash of light, brighter than the surface of the sun itself, momentarily illuminated the entire planet. The fireball grew rapidly, shimmering in every shade of orange and white. Incandescent rings of debris flew in all directions, encircling the globe in fiery arcs. From orbit, our planet would appear wounded. An ugly scar, like a monstrous burn, suddenly appeared on its blue-green surface. The creatures inhabiting the planet didn't have a second to comprehend what was happening. All life within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was instantly incinerated by the unbearable heat and colossal pressure. Forests burst into flames, rivers boiled. Animals caught in the open had no chance of survival. It was like an entire continent being plunged into the crater of an active volcano. Shockwaves generated by the collision swept through the Earth's crust, triggering earthquakes of a magnitude never before experienced by humanity. Mountains cracked, valleys yawned, and gigantic landslides slid down the slopes with a deafening roar. In the oceans, thousands of kilometers from the epicenter, monstrous tsunamis, as tall as modern skyscrapers, arose and rushed toward distant shores. Just imagine yourself on the coast, thousands of kilometers away from the impact. First, you hear a strange, growing rumble on the horizon, and then you see a sheer wall of water rushing toward you, rushing at such a speed that escape is impossible. Coastal ecosystems that took millions of years to form were washed away in an instant. In just a few minutes, the world was transformed beyond recognition. Creatures that had never seen waves higher than a few meters in their entire lives found themselves face to face with a wall of water, hundreds of meters high. And over all this chaos, a fiery rain poured from the skies. When the asteroid struck Earth, trillions of tons of molten rock were ejected into space. These red-hot fragments soared high above the atmosphere and then began to fall back, raining down on the entire surface of the planet. Upon entering the atmosphere, they glowed white-hot, turning the night sky into a blazing hell. Forests thousands of kilometers from the crater caught fire in this deadly rain. Animals that survived the initial impact found themselves trapped in the fiery conflagrations of planet-wide fires. The air filled with acrid smoke. Flames erupted from the ground, devouring trees and entire landscapes. Some paleontologists believe that in those terrifying hours, nearly every forest on the planet was engulfed in flames, leaving behind only scorched, ash-covered desert. The heat alone was enough to kill. The atmosphere, superheated by falling debris, literally roasted the surface. The air temperature soared, and for hours, any creature in the open was exposed to the brutal, scorching heat. Only those who managed to find shelter deep underground, in the water, or in burrows had a slim chance of survival. But even in shelter, salvation was not guaranteed. Streams dried up, the soil baked, and oxygen supplies in confined spaces rapidly depleted. Survival that day depended on sheer luck, the right place at the right time, and incredible resilience. However, even in this terrifying hour, not all life perished instantly. Crocodiles in the rivers, protected by the depths of the water, desperately clung to life. The first mammals, huddled deep in their burrows, shivered in the darkness. Plant seeds hidden in the earth remained unharmed and awaited their time. Insects, especially those that fed on rotting organic matter, found their grim niche in this chaos. But for the giant dinosaurs that had ruled this world for so long, this was the beginning of the end, and they perished not only from the impact itself. In the blink of an eye, the planet changed, setting off a chain reaction of catastrophes capable of wiping out almost all life. Within hours, the sky became pitch black. Dust and soot from the global fires, lifted into the stratosphere, began their destructive work. Sunlight faded, replaced by an eternal, painful twilight, and photosynthesis on the planet halted. Plants began to wither, condemning the herbivores that depended on them to starvation. As the herbivore population dwindled, so did the predators. Food chains that had sustained complex ecosystems for millions of years collapsed like a house of cards. Plankton perished in the oceans, destroying the foundation of all marine life. Creatures that had thrived in the seas for centuries suddenly found themselves amid lifeless, barren waters. Consider how eerie and strange that world must have seemed. For millions of years, it was filled with sounds: the heavy tread of giants, the buzzing of insects, the cries of ancient birds, the rustling of ferns. Now a ringing silence reigned. Vast forests had become graveyards of charred tree trunks. The sky had turned black, the air had grown cold. The few lucky survivors moved silently, hiding in the ruins of their world and feeding on whatever they could find. The planet had changed literally overnight, and although a few species managed to survive, the age of dinosaurs had come to an irrevocable end. The rock that fell from the sky left more than just a scar on the planet. It completely rewrote the history of life. Without this impact, dinosaurs might still rule the Earth, and mammals would remain tiny, scurrying creatures hiding in their shadows. This asteroid ended one great era and opened the door to another. From the silence that followed the catastrophe, new voices would eventually emerge, but in those first, terrible days, only one thing mattered: survival. The day the sky fell was not the end of the world, but it was the end of the world as millions of living beings knew it, and while the fires smoldered and the dust rose ever higher, the true consequences of the catastrophe were only just beginning. The planet was unable to recover from the devastating blow. The rock that slammed into Yucatan left not only a crater in the Earth's crust, but also ignited fires on every continent. Even when the crater itself cooled and the molten rock died down, the rest of the planet continued to burn. Forests, stretching for thousands of kilometers, turned into continuous oceans of fire. What had only yesterday been green, shady, and teeming with life now turned black and orange, cracking and collapsing, sending billions of sparks into the now blackened sky. The rain of molten debris that had previously circled the globe now returned in new waves. Each fragment, like a tiny meteor, ignited the air as it fell, and entire landscapes instantly burst into flames. This wasn't a localized forest fire from which anyone could escape. The air became so hot that dry grass and leaves ignited spontaneously, even without contact with flames. Creatures that called the forests their home were doomed. Those who panicked and tried to reach rivers or lakes found themselves caught in clouds of boiling steam, as the water boiled and the air was almost depleted of oxygen. Imagine the feelings of someone who survived the first blast. Perhaps it was a hadrosaur, wandering along the edge of the forest hundreds of miles away. Its skin trembled as the ground shook. A distant low rumble reached its ears. Then the sky lit up not with sunlight, but with a sickly, unnatural glow. And within minutes, the forest around it blazed like a giant torch. Instinct screamed at it to run. But where? The smell of burning wafted from all directions, and every gust of wind carried hot embers. Creatures that had sheltered their entire lives beneath the canopy of trees now witnessed the destruction of their only home. This firestorm was planet-wide. Studies of ancient coal deposits show that vegetation around the world burned almost simultaneously. Thermal radiation from falling debris raised the surface temperature so much that everything that could burn did. Grasslands, jungles, and even wet swamps dried out and burst into flames. And this wasn't just happening on land. Far out at sea, floating islands of vegetation turned to smoke, releasing clouds of soot into the sky that mixed with the dust already hanging there. Fish swam in water coated in ash, and the surface was strewn with falling ash. Yet, even amid this total destruction, survival remained a matter of chance. Some corners of the planet escaped the worst fires. In deep river valleys, patches of greenery remained. In swampy areas and damp soil, the fire spread more slowly. Deep in caves, darkness offered refuge. Small mammals huddled underground, their tiny bodies huddled together in the darkness, while the surface world was engulfed in flames. Insects burrowed into the soil or hid under bark, and seeds, dormant in the ground and protected from the scorching heat, bided their time to start anew. However, it was not strength or intelligence, but blind chance that decided who would live and who would die. For weeks on end, the fires raged, filling the atmosphere with smoke that... Imagine for a moment that this catastrophe is unfolding not in the distant past, but right now, in our world. Humanity would find itself on the brink of its own extinction. But the most terrifying consequence of the impact isn't the firestorm or the earthquakes. The most terrifying thing is that the sky above us would turn black. Space satellites, our eyes in the sky, would record something unimaginable, a gigantic column of crushed rock, ash, and superheated steam, piercing the atmosphere tens of kilometers into the air. In a matter of days, this deadly curtain would envelop entire continents, paralyzing air travel and causing a cascading failure of all electronic systems. The world would be plunged into eternal night. Crops in the fields, the basis of our food supply, would perish within weeks. Temperatures on the planet would plummet to winter levels, and toxic, acidic rain would pour from the sky. In just a few months, the entire global food chain, built over millennia, would simply collapse. And here, despite all our technology and scientific advances, humanity would come face to face with the same merciless reality as the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. A world without sunlight. A world where survival depends not on muscular strength or mental acuity, but on a primal ability to endure and cope with hardship. A lucky few might have found salvation deep underground, in specially equipped bunkers stocked with food and water. But the vast majority of the planet's population would have been doomed to perish in this new, dark and cold world. Even those few corners of the planet where conditions were slightly milder would have been unable to support civilization. Consider this: our entire modern life, electric grids, global supply chains, communication systems, is a fragile web of fabric held together by stability, sunlight, predictable harvests, and healthy oceans. When the sky darkens, the air freezes and plants die. This entire complex system begins to collapse like a house of cards. The impact wouldn't be so much a blast wave or fire. Its main weapons would be silence, hunger, and long years of impenetrable darkness. The asteroid that ended the age of dinosaurs wiped out 3/4 of all living species on Earth. If a similar visitor from space were to visit us today, the statistics would likely be just as dire. And we humans would be on that list. Yes, we are smart, we are adaptable, but we are completely defenseless against the collapse of the systems on which we depend. The story of an asteroid impact today isn't a tale of heroic survival. It's a stark reminder of how important it is to cherish our world and each day we live. A reminder of the tenuous thread by which life itself hangs on this planet. Even today, with all our technology, we remain at the mercy of forces immeasurably greater than ourselves. There is, however, one crucial difference. Unlike the dinosaurs, we would know what was happening. We would understand that the apocalypse was caused by a giant asteroid, not the wrath of the gods or an inexplicable darkness. We would know the cause of our demise, even if we were powerless to prevent its consequences. This knowledge might not give us a chance for salvation, but it would allow us to fully understand our place in the universe, our incredible vulnerability, and our inextricable connection to the deep past. And who knows, if dinosaurs had possessed such knowledge, or if the asteroid had been spotted hundreds of years before impact, perhaps history would have taken a completely different path. Humanity is already taking its first tentative steps in developing methods for deflecting small asteroids. Specialized kamikaze spacecraft, colliding with asteroids, can slightly alter their trajectory. Of course, against a giant rock over 10 kilometers in diameter, these methods would be as useless as a dart against a speeding locomotive. But for smaller asteroids, they could be our salvation. The lessons we learned from the Chicxulub disaster scream at us that such events aren't just possible, they're game changers for the entire planet. And we must be prepared for the possibility that our own history could end just as abruptly. The scar from that impact remains hidden beneath the Yucatan Peninsula, a perpetual reminder that the past hasn't gone away. It's simply lurking, biding its time. If such a collision occurred today, we would leave our own scar on the planet, perhaps somewhere else on the globe, on the ocean floor, or in the heart of a continent. Our cities, our skyscrapers, our monuments, all our technological marvels would be buried under a layer of ash and sediment, and millions of years from now, perhaps another intelligent species would discover them. They would read our history the same way we read the history of dinosaurs today. They would find our fossils in the rocks, our artifacts in geological strata, and our deafening silence above a thin layer of iridium. The thought is terrifying, sobering, and thought-provoking. The possibility of a new Chicxulub is not a Hollywood fantasy. Astronomers have already catalogued thousands of objects whose orbits intersect Earth's. Most are cosmic pebbles, but some are impressively large. Their trajectories are tracked, their movements calculated. However, space is limitless, and our ability to see it is not. New asteroids are discovered every year, and some we notice only after they've already passed by. Too late to raise the alarm. The universe hasn't changed. The same forces that led to the demise of the dinosaurs still exist, still act, and move silently in the cosmic darkness. To imagine such an event today is to grasp the fragility of everything we've built. It forces us to understand that our civilization is utterly dependent on the light of the stars, the climate that sustains it, and the stability of the heavens we've come to take for granted. If something similar were to happen in our century, it would be the greatest catastrophe in human history. It would be the end of civilization as we know it. Human history would be erased or, at best, transformed into something unrecognizable. And yet, when we conjure up this terrifying picture, we discover something new. We begin to think on a scale never before imagined and prepare for the worst. We look at the stars not only with childish delight, but also with a healthy dose of apprehension. Unlike the dinosaurs, we have a warning carved in the stone of the past, and this difference may be the key to our survival. What has already happened tells our minds that it can happen again. The only question is whether we will heed this dire warning. Life on Earth has always been a delicate balance, balancing incredible fragility with astonishing resilience. The asteroid impact 66 million years ago revealed this truth with utter clarity. The impact demonstrated how quickly the balance can be upset, how easily abundance gives way to famine, and how quickly entire worlds inhabited by life can disappear. But it also demonstrated something else. Even when life is reduced to its most primitive forms, when skies blacken and oceans turn to acid, when fire scorches continents and cold freezes the planet, even then, survival remains possible. Fragility and resilience are not enemies. They are partners in the great dance of life and death that tells the story of every mass extinction and every subsequent rebirth. The fragility of the dinosaurs was obvious. For millions of years, they were the undisputed rulers of the planet, filling every corner of land, sky, and swamp. They were countless in number, astonishingly diverse, and their evolutionary success was literally written on their faces. However, when the fiery stone fell from the skies, none of this could save them. Their enormous size, their narrow specialization, and their dependence on ecosystems that required abundant vegetation and a stable climate proved their Achilles' heel in a world plunged into darkness. The very traits that made them so powerful suddenly became a death sentence. They were fragile, not because they were weak, but because they were too perfectly adapted to a world that suddenly ceased to exist. But resilience was written on the faces of tiny mammals that hid in the shadows of giants and could feed on insects, seeds, and roots, whatever they could find. It was in the wings of birds that survived by adapting to a new diet and new nesting strategies. At the end of the Cretaceous, the Earth was inhabited by creatures that were neither majestic nor famous, but they were incredibly resilient and tenacious, and when the giants fell, these unsung heroes lived on. Fossils sealed in the Earth's crust serve as a perpetual reminder of this phenomenon. Our planet has experienced several mass extinctions. The Great Dying at the end of the Permian, the collapse of marine life at the end of the Triassic. Every time the world has radically changed, we see the same scenario. Fragility and resilience go hand in hand. Dynasties that seemed eternal faded, and those who had once been on the margins of life came to the forefront. Evolution rewards not only strength, but also flexibility, the ability to adapt and survive in unimaginable conditions. In a post-disaster world, resilience doesn't mean being the biggest or the strongest. It's the ability to bend but not break, to wait without fading, and to take root in the scorched soil. When we look at the aftermath of that fateful collision, it's easy to see only total destruction. But upon closer inspection, we also notice the very resilience inherent in every surviving species. The mammals that hid in burrows didn't survive by chance. Their bodies were adapted to conserve heat in the ensuing cold. Their diets were designed for meager food, and their behavior was designed for extreme caution. Birds, who carried their lineage through the fiery inferno, did so by learning to exploit food sources unavailable to others, reproducing rapidly and repopulating the desolate world. The plants that were the first to restore life to the scorched forests did so thanks to seeds that could survive prolonged darkness and germinate rapidly once the light returned. Each of them found its own unique path to survival. It was a painful process. Countless creatures perished, and numerous attempts failed. But those who survived proved that resilience is deeply woven into the fabric of life. And planet Earth itself possesses these two qualities, fragility and resilience. It is vulnerable to external threats, asteroids, comets, and cosmic radiation, which can inflict terrible wounds. The sunlight, once the giver of life, became a ghostly dim glow. The sky was shrouded in an impenetrable shroud. Like black, toxic snow, ash fell from the sky to the earth. It covered rivers and lakes in a thick carpet, becoming a death trap for fish and aquatic insects, depriving them of oxygen. Raindrops passing through this curtain mixed with soot, and streams of dark, viscous liquid fell to the ground. It stained everything it touched in the mournful colors of the New World. The very smell of the earth had changed. It was now a pungent, heavy stench, intertwined with the aromas of burning wood, caustic sulfur, and the ubiquitous decay that had begun. Imagine those who narrowly escaped the firestorm. Their struggle was not over. Now they had to survive in a poisoned atmosphere. A piercing cough, the likes of which we cannot even imagine, racked their bodies. Every breath was agony, an attempt to find life in air that had become synonymous with death. When the flames of the global fires finally began to subside, the survivors found themselves confronted with a world they no longer recognized. Where yesterday's ancient forests had rustled, now only the charred remains of trees stretched to the horizon. Rivers had become stagnant ditches, clogged with debris and ash. Meadows, once teeming with life, were now completely bare, scorched wastelands. A deathly silence reigned, not a bird's song, not the chirping of insects, not the rustle of an animal in the bushes. Nothing broke this eerie silence. The forest undergrowth, which had concealed the secrets of the ancient world, had simply vanished, and through the bare trunks, a view of the disfigured land opened up. In places, the soil had been baked to the point of complete sterility, turning into lifeless stone, incapable of germinating a single seed. Only time and healing rains, which are still a long way off, will restore its fertility. This planet-wide firestorm wasn't simply the aftermath of an asteroid impact. It triggered a far longer and more painful extinction. By wiping out vegetation, it condemned all the herbivorous giants to a slow death by starvation. By darkening the skies, it halted the very engine of life on the planet: photosynthesis. By filling the atmosphere with trillions of tons of soot, it set the stage for the next act of tragedy: a long, dark, impact winter. The fire became both an end and a beginning, clearing the way for the catastrophe of darkness and cold that inevitably followed. Just try to grasp the scale of this event. Today, we see how a single forest fire, covering several hectares, can be incredibly destructive. Such a fire can rage for weeks, and its smoke can blanket entire regions, threatening cities hundreds of kilometers away. Now multiply that by thousands, tens of thousands. Spread that fire across every continent simultaneously, and you'll only begin to understand what our Earth endured. In those terrifying days, not a single safe corner remained. Horizons around the world glowed an eerie crimson, and the air turned to suffocating smoke. The entire biosphere became one giant furnace. And yet, even on the edges of this hellish fire, life clung desperately to existence. Ancient crocodiles retreated deeper into the murky river waters. Their armor-like scales helped them withstand heat that would instantly kill others. Turtles instinctively burrowed into the cool coastal mud, and amphibians sought refuge in damp shelters where the fire could not reach. The first mammals, our distant ancestors, survived by feeding on any roots they could dig up in the scorched earth. Their strong teeth were capable of cracking the hard shells of the few remaining seeds. Even some birds, direct descendants of small feathered dinosaurs, managed to survive the catastrophe, finding sustenance among the charred remains. Each survivor carried a priceless spark of life. It wasn't a spark of fire, but an unquenchable flame of the will to procreate. Each of them was a knot in the great fabric of life, which, though torn to shreds, refused to disintegrate completely. As the fires died down and the ash began to settle, a silence fell upon the planet, even deeper and more oppressive than before. The flames had consumed everything, not only the forests and their inhabitants, but the very stability of the world. What remained was a devastated planet, exposed and defenseless before its next trial, a long winter of eternal darkness. But before the darkness finally engulfed the world, the memory of the fire lingered in every corner of the earth. A layer of charcoal, buried beneath layers of ash, became a new geological horizon. Blackened tree trunks stood like ominous monuments at the grave of an entire era, and the air was still thick with the smell of burning. For those who survived, this was not just a reminder of the horror they had endured, but also a clear realization: the world would never be the same again. And so, this scorched, trembling planet slowly entered its next nightmare. When the asteroid struck Earth, the world shook as it had never before in the history of life. The collision itself was an act of unimaginable cosmic cruelty, but its consequences were not limited to fire alone. The Earth did not remain a passive witness. It responded, it groaned, it began to change, it sent waves of monstrous energy across its crust, rolling across continents and oceans. And these weren't just tremors, these were shockwaves, carrying destruction far beyond the blazing crater. The space rock struck shallow water, instantly creating a cavity in the Earth's crust more than 100 kilometers wide. The crust beneath the impact buckled, cracked, rose to incredible heights, and then collapsed back inward. This titanic movement released a quantity of seismic energy comparable only to the most powerful earthquakes in the planet's history. The magnitude of this mega-earthquake was such that even the strongest tremors of modern times would seem like a mere tremor. If you've ever felt the ground vibrate during a small earthquake, you know that unsettling feeling of instability beneath your feet. Now imagine that sensation amplified 1,000-fold, lasting not just a few seconds, but hours on end, spreading across the entire planet, shaking mountains, splitting valleys, and turning the seas into seething chaos. Around the Gulf of Mexico, the Earth writhed in violent convulsions. It cracked, yawning chasms, scattering rock fragments, weighing many tons and tumbling entire cliffs into the water. Forests, already scorched by the fiery rain from the heavens, now felt their roots torn from the soil by the seismic wave that shook everything around them. Rivers, usually flowing calmly, swelled and overflowed their banks, flooding the plains, then rolling back in sudden and powerful tides. Animals, lucky enough to survive the fiery inferno, now scurried in panic across the ground, which had lost all firmness. Those who found themselves near the epicenter didn't stand a chance. They were swallowed by fissures, crushed by collapsing rocks, buried alive by gigantic landslides, and drowned by flash floods. But the shock didn't stop there. Seismic waves, like ripples on water, spread through the Earth's crust, encircling the entire planet. Within minutes, tremors shook lands thousands of kilometers away. In North America, entire forests trembled so violently that centuries-old trees fell like matchsticks. Across the Atlantic, the vibrations reached the coasts of Africa and Europe, causing panic among local inhabitants. Even on the opposite side of the world, the tremors were felt, albeit with less intensity. It seemed as if the planet itself was groaning in unbearable pain. In the oceans, the consequences were even more catastrophic. The abrupt displacement of gigantic sections of the seafloor generated mega-tsunamis. These were waves reaching hundreds of meters in height, veritable aquatic skyscrapers. Traveling at the speed of a jet, they burst out of the Gulf of Mexico, leaving only total devastation in their wake. Coastal areas thousands of kilometers from the epicenter were engulfed without warning by these suddenly rising water walls on the horizon. Imagine yourself in the shoes of a creature living on a shore half a world away. Perhaps it's a flock of pterosaurs resting on a rocky outcrop, scanning the waves for fish. A few hours after the sky erupts in flames, the sea itself suddenly begins to rise. A wall of water, blocking the entire horizon, crashes onto the cliffs with an unimaginable roar, sweeping away everything in its path, destroying entire ecosystems. Estuaries, mangroves, coastal marshes, beaches, all wiped off the face of the earth in an instant. That mega-tsunami left behind irrefutable evidence. Today, geologists are finding traces of this catastrophe deep within continents. These are gigantic deposits of jumbled sediments, layers of rock, sand, and seashells, carried by waves to places the ocean should never have reached. In Texas and Florida, in places once hundreds of kilometers from the coast, evidence of this ancient flood is still being found. These waves tell the story of a natural disaster that didn't just affect one region, but literally reshaped coastlines across the globe. Seismic energy continued to pulse through the planet's core, and for weeks, powerful aftershocks shook the world. Fault lines shifted, volcanoes, disturbed by the sudden tremor, reawakened and erupted with lava flows. Geysers erupted in columns of steam, spewing them into the now darkened sky. The earth groaned with tension, unleashing its wrath in ever-increasing tremors. Even long after the initial impact, there was no peace. Creatures that had managed to find shelter from the fire could not feel safe when the earth itself continued to tremble. For dinosaurs accustomed to feeling solid ground beneath their multi-ton bodies, these endless earthquakes must have been a living nightmare. Imagine a massive sauropod, one of those long-necked giants, desperately trying to maintain its balance as the ground beneath its feet sways like the deck of a ship in a storm. Its powerful legs, pillars built to support tens of tons of weight, are helpless on ground that flows like water. For small animals, the tremors were no less deadly. Burrows collapsed, burying alive the mammals that had sought refuge underground. Birds nesting on cliffs watched in horror as their homes crumbled. Crocodiles in rivers were swept away by the raging currents when the banks collapsed. Survival now depended not on strength, speed, or cunning. Everything was decided by blind luck, being in the right place at the right moment when the earth decided to tremble once again. And yet, amidst this chaos and destruction, there were survivors. Life has incredible tenacity and refuses to give up without a fight. Some burrows proved strong enough, and some cliffs held firm. Some natural breakwaters dampened the tsunami's fury rather than intensified it, and in these tiny islands of stability, small creatures survived, though their world was forever changed. But the shock waves and aftershocks caused more than just physical destruction. They triggered a chain reaction of ecological disasters. Earthquakes and tsunamis stirred up ocean sediments, releasing massive amounts of carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and water. Toxic chemical compounds entered rivers and lakes. Ash, mixing with water, formed an acidic sludge that poisoned both fish and aquatic plants. The planet's entire freshwater ecosystem collapsed. Lakes turned into toxic swamps, streams clogged with deadly silt. For creatures whose lives depended on clean water, this was yet another fatal blow. But perhaps the most unsettling thing of all was the deathly silence that followed each new tremor. Imagine standing in a charred forest, where a thin haze of smoke still rises from the ground. The air is thick and hot, saturated with the smell of smoke. But suddenly, the planet itself begins to convulse. You feel hell opening up beneath your feet, the earth trembling with a violent force. The trunks of centuries-old trees crack and break like matchsticks, rocks crash down with a roar, and from the depths of the prehistoric forest, the terrified cries of doomed animals echo. After several endless minutes of this primordial chaos, the trembling ceases. A moment of dead, ominous silence ensues, as if the entire world holds its breath, awaiting the next blow of fate. And just as the surviving consciousness flickers to the thought of salvation, a new, even more powerful shock sweeps across the planet, a merciless reminder that stability and peace no longer exist. This monstrous cycle of stress and destruction likely defined life on Earth for many days and weeks after the asteroid impact. The fossil evidence paleontologists find in geological layers from that era tells this grim story. In the rock strata, scientists see a picture of total disorder. Deposits where everything is jumbled in wild chaos, traces of sudden underwater landslides, and stratifications devoid of any logic. These are silent witnesses to repeated earthquakes and gigantic waves. In some places, we find the fossilized skeletons of fish, buried alive in thick mud when monstrous tsunamis carried them far inland and then retreated. In others, we find the shells of sea creatures, hurled by a monstrous wave to dizzying heights they would never have been able to reach on their own. These aren't just sediments accumulated over centuries. They are a snapshot of a global catastrophe, frozen in stone. For us, living millions of years later, it's almost impossible to imagine the scale of that planetary cataclysm. The most powerful earthquake ever witnessed by modern humans had a magnitude of about 9.5. But the seismic energy unleashed by the Chicxulub asteroid impact was equivalent to an earthquake of magnitude 11 or even 12. It's beyond our comprehension. It wasn't just buildings that collapsed that day. Entire landscapes were wiped off the face of the earth, continents were reshaped, and although no one witnessed the horror, deep scars remain forever on the planet, a silent reminder of the day when the earth shook to its very core. Shock waves that rippled through the earth's crust also played a key role in the formation of the crater itself. When the killer asteroid slammed into the planet, it instantly created a temporary cavity, a colossal depression, much larger than the final scar. The ground at the center of the impact rose upward, forming a gigantic central peak of molten rock, which then, moments later, collapsed in on itself, creating a complex ring structure. This gigantic crater was the result of unimaginable seismic energy passing through the entire thickness of the Earth's crust. Even today, deep beneath the Yucatan Peninsula, the buried remains of these rings can be found, a frozen echo of that terrifying moment. Days passed. The earthquakes gradually died down, their power diminishing. The planet was beginning to recover, but irreparable damage had already been done. The Earth's crust shifted, coastlines were redrawn, and entire ecosystems were destroyed. And over this scene of destruction loomed a dark, lifeless sky, shrouded in an impenetrable shroud of dust and ash. The sun disappeared, plunging the world into eternal darkness. The shockwaves didn't just shake the Earth, they shook the very foundations of life, guaranteeing that even the most remote corners of the planet would be plunged into an era of fear and uncertainty. At the epicenter of the impact, in the crater itself, not a single living creature survived that terrible day. But that was only the beginning. The fires were already dying down. Seismic waves had rolled across the planet, but a new, even more terrifying force was only gaining momentum. A long night was descending on Earth, a night that would last not hours or days, but entire years. The shock of the impact had passed, but true darkness was only just beginning. The tremors of the Earth finally subsided, though aftershocks still shook the continents and the oceans continued to churn with unnatural tides. The global fires that had incinerated forests and plains had turned to smoldering embers, leaving behind scorched, blackened landscapes where green life had once teemed. And in this ominous silence that followed the fire and convulsions, the planet began to breathe in something new, something heavy and deadly, something that would change the course of the catastrophe even more profoundly than the collision itself. It was ash, soot, and the finest rock dust, thrown into the sky by the monstrous force of the impact. If the firestorm had been a deafening scream of agony, now came a suffocating whisper of death, slowly and inexorably, spreading across the planet until it engulfed it entirely. When the asteroid slammed into Earth, it literally vaporized and pulverized billions of tons of rock, hurling it into the atmosphere with such velocity that some of the debris escaped into outer space. Most of it soon fell back, re-entering the atmosphere as red-hot meteors that sparked new fires around the world. But the finest fraction, trillions of tons of dust, remained suspended high in the stratosphere. This rock dust was joined by black soot from burned forests, microscopic droplets of sulfur released from vaporized gypsum rocks, and tiny particles of molten glass called spherules formed when rock was melted and sprayed as fiery rain. Together, they created a gigantic, impenetrable cloud that completely blotted out the sun. The first thing any surviving creature would have noticed was how the light began to rapidly fade. The days grew shorter and dimmer, the shadows softer, and the sunsets took on a crimson, ominous hue. But very soon, the obscuration became almost absolute. What had once been bright daylight now became perpetual twilight. Plants that had desperately reached for the sun found it no longer there. Their leaves turned pale, their stems drooped, and their flowers never had a chance to open. Days turned into weeks, and the twilight deepened into something worse, a semblance of an endless, moonless night. Across the planet, from pole to equator, the sun disappeared behind a deadly veil, and the earth was plunged into darkness. The very air became an enemy. Breathing became almost impossible. There was no longer any freshness, no scent of damp earth or blooming plants. Ash slowly settled from the sky, covering the ground, water, and the leaves of the last remaining plants with a grey shroud. Every breath was torture. The smallest particles, like sandpaper, scraped the throat and lungs. Insects clogged their airways, and fish suffocated in the poisoned water. The air filled with soot, and even the largest animals coughed harshly, feeling their lungs fill with deadly dust. When the rain came, it brought no salvation. It brought more death. Sulfur, mixed with water in the upper atmosphere, rained down on the earth in acidic showers that scorched leaves, corroded skin, and poisoned rivers and lakes. Bodies of water that had once teemed with life turned into acid traps, destroying what little remained. For the survivors, this slow, suffocating darkness became more dangerous than the original flame. The fire was fierce, but swift, but the ash was patient. It waited. It penetrated every crevice, every nest, every hole. It didn't roar like a fire or rumble like an earthquake. It fell softly, silently, and inexorably, until the entire surface of the planet was covered in a grey patina of death. Geological layers today still bear this trace, a thin but unmistakable line of clay, enriched with iridium, a metal rare on Earth but abundant in asteroids. This boundary, found in rocks all over the world, is nothing less than a fingerprint left by a cosmic killer. It is evidence of a catastrophe etched in stone, but in those first days and months, no one cared about geology. The only thing that mattered was survival. The lack of sunlight meant the collapse of photosynthesis, the great engine of all ecosystems. Plants died first. Following them, doomed to starvation, came the herbivores. And then came the predators. The great food chain of the Mesozoic collapsed overnight. Only insects, feeding on rotting carcasses, thrived for a time. But even their resources were soon depleted. The oceans also plunged into darkness. Phytoplankton, microscopic plants that form the basis of the marine food chain, couldn't survive without light. When they died, a domino effect began. Those who fed on the phytoplankton died, then those who fed on them, and so on, until even mighty marine reptiles like the giant mosasaurs found themselves in lifeless, barren waters. Imagine this world. You're walking through a forest that's no longer green, but coal-black and grey. The tree trunks stand bare, without a single leaf. The ground beneath your feet is soft, covered with a thick layer of ash instead of grass. The sky above isn't blue, but a dull grey, without sun, moon, or stars. The air is thick with the acrid smell of sulfur, making your throat itch. The horizon is hidden in a thick fog, blurring all distances. And in this deathly silence, not a bird sings, not a single insect buzzes. Only the quiet, steady fall of ash, like eternal snow that will never melt. Almost immediately after the sunlight disappeared, a rapid cooling began. The days grew colder and the nights icy. Warm regions turned cold, and those that were already cool became completely uninhabitable. Ice began to advance from the poles. In temperate latitudes, ash became covered with frost. Tropical forests, once teeming with life, turned into cold, lifeless deserts. The climate became harsh and merciless. Animals accustomed to warmth began to freeze. Their bodies simply couldn't cope with such a sharp drop in temperature. Amphibians froze to death in their ponds. Cold-blooded reptiles became increasingly sluggish until they fell into a deadly torpor. Even warm-blooded mammals, with their fur and fast metabolisms, struggled to survive, hiding in burrows that grew colder with each passing day. The planet entered what is known as a shock winter, a long period of extreme cold and darkness that stretched on for years. But it wasn't just the temperature and light that had changed. The chemical composition of the atmosphere had also undergone catastrophic changes. Sulfur aerosols, reflecting the last of the sunlight, exacerbated the cold, and carbon dioxide, released into the atmosphere by forest fires, accumulated there, waiting to turn the planet into a scorching greenhouse when the dust settled. When the dust finally began to settle, the world found itself in an icy grip. But the cold was only part of the problem. The planet's protective ozone layer had been torn to shreds, and now survivors crawling to the surface were scorched by merciless ultraviolet radiation. Every dim glimmer of sunlight through the grey haze brought not life, but death. The very composition of the air had changed. An invisible poison lingered in it, turning every breath into an agonizing struggle. But life is a stubborn thing. It clings to the slightest chance. Deep on the ocean floor, where light never penetrated, near scorching hydrothermal vents, entire worlds continued to exist. Imagine these communities of strange creatures, completely untouched by the apocalypse on the surface. Giant tube worms, mollusks, colonies of bacteria. They thrived, seemingly unaware that above them, thousands of meters of water, an entire era had collapsed. Underground, in the depths of the soil, tiny seeds patiently bided their time, awaiting the return of sunlight. The first mammals hid in deep burrows, keeping each other warm and feeding on the few things they could find, roots and insects. Mighty crocodiles sank ever deeper into the river mud, their cold-blooded bodies entering a state akin to suspended animation. And high above, in the poisoned skies, a few species of the hardiest and smallest birds managed to survive. They adapted to pecking at seeds and catching rare insects, carrying within them the genetic memory of their great dinosaur ancestors. The ash that had caused so much destruction couldn't hang in the air forever. Slowly but inexorably, it began its downward journey. Billions of tons of particles sank into the oceans, forming unique layers on the seafloor that, millions of years from now, would become a stone chronicle for geologists of this catastrophe. The dust covered the ground, altering the chemical composition of the soil, making it fatally acidic. Some of this ash was washed away by acid rain, accumulating in lowlands, valleys, and swamps. But even after years, enough suspended matter remained in the atmosphere to maintain a perpetual twilight on the planet. This twilight led to a further drop in temperatures and the final destruction of surviving ecosystems. And even when light began to slowly return, the scars left by this time were forever imprinted on the planet's history. The forests revived painfully slowly. It all began with those very seeds that had survived the fiery inferno and the long winter underground. The first blades of grass timidly poked through the layer of ash, their bright green stems a defiant blotch against the general greyness. Insects followed them back to the ground, finding sustenance in these first shoots. Mammals increasingly emerged from their shelters, warily sniffing the new, barely emerging vegetation. And so it came, the doom of the giants. The great age of dinosaurs had come to its tragic end. Their enormous bodies, those perfect energy-absorbing machines, required incredible amounts of food. But in a world plunged into darkness and cold, such food was no longer available. The years of darkness had spared no one. They fell one by one, leaving behind only their distant, smaller, and more elusive relatives, the birds, destined to carry their legacy into the distant future. The ash had done its terrible work. It had devastated the planet, silencing the giants and clearing the stage for the emergence of something entirely new. It's astonishing, but true. Without those long years of grey skies, without the endless patience shown during that great winter, mammals might never have had their chance. Our own history, the history of humanity, was written in that ash. Every step we take today, we take on soil that holds fragments of that ancient catastrophe. Every layer of rock beneath our feet is a page of memory from that time, and if you close your eyes now, you can almost feel it. A dim, lifeless world, endless twilight, and the soft, silent fall of ash that muffles all sound. A land shrouded not in peace, but in a ringing silence. A silence so heavy and all-encompassing that even after tens of millions of years, it leaves its imprint on the stones we study, on the bones we find, on the very memory of the planet. The flames of the global fires finally died down, turning into barely smoldering embers. The earth stopped shaking from the monstrous tremors. The colossal waves that had washed away entire continents retreated. It seemed the worst was over, but nature's wrath was terrible and the world was infinitely far from healed. The ash that buried all life was only a prelude to the real tragedy. The planet's true transformation began when the atmosphere itself turned into an impenetrable shroud. So thick that the sun simply disappeared from the sky. And this wasn't just cloudy weather or deep twilight. This was true, absolute night. But not the usual night followed by dawn. Rather, a night that hung over the world like a heavy, suffocating blanket for many months. Perhaps even years. It was the longest, darkest night in Earth's history. Imagine waking up day after day, but nothing has changed. The same impenetrable darkness surrounded you. The sun, if it ever broke through the curtain, was little more than a pale, blurry spot. Its rays, distorted by soot and sulfur particles drifting through the stratosphere, barely reached the ground. Day became like deep twilight, and twilight like the threshold to absolute darkness. For plant life, this was a death sentence. Without light, the life-giving process of photosynthesis ceased. Trees that had survived the firestorm now starved. Their leaves withered and fell, revealing bare, twisted branches. Grass could not grow, and flower buds never opened. Forests became silent cemeteries, armies of skeletons reaching up into the dark sky. In just a few weeks, the planet's green cover was destroyed. For creatures dependent on plants for sustenance, the changes were swift and merciless. Enormous herbivorous dinosaurs trudged across the desolate landscapes, desperately searching for any food. Their gigantic bodies, perfectly adapted to the continuous consumption of biomass, could no longer sustain themselves. Smaller creatures desperately dug the earth for roots, stripped bark from dying trees, and chewed whatever they could find. But it was catastrophically insufficient. They rapidly weakened, their ribs protruding through their skin and their movements becoming sluggish and uncertain. Predators, who had only yesterday been at the top of the food chain, followed closely behind. At first, they feasted on the sick and dying, but soon food became increasingly scarce until hunger became their only companion. The entire majestic dinosaur world, seemingly so unshakable, collapsed under its own weight, broken by the simple lack of food. Insects initially fared no better. Those who fed on nectar found no flowers. Those who ate leaves perished along with their host plants. However, for scavengers, those who find sustenance in decay, a veritable feast ensued. As the forests withered and the bodies of the fallen littered the ground, these unseen workers came to the fore. Beetles, flies, and myriads of tiny worms proliferated in the soil, greedily devouring the rotting remains. They became one of the few functioning mechanisms in the dying ecosystem, breaking down dead matter into nutrients that would one day be given new life. Although at the time this seemed pointless, as if the planet were wasting its own life. The oceans too were plunged into darkness. Sunlight no longer penetrated the water column, and phytoplankton, microscopic algae that form the basis of all marine life, began to die in colossal numbers. With their disappearance, the zooplankton that fed on them also perished. A deadly chain reaction spread up the food chain. Fish that once filled the seas in abundance now swam in dead, barren waters. Ammonites, amazing creatures with twisted shells that had thrived for hundreds of millions of years, vanished from the face of the earth forever. Following them, giant marine reptiles such as mosasaurs and plesiosaurs also starved to death. Even ancient coral reefs, those underwater cities of life, bleached and crumbled to dust. Then came darkness and cold. The planet's temperature plummeted. Without sunlight, the Earth rapidly cooled. The average global temperature plummeted by more than 10 degrees, and in some regions, the drop was even more dramatic. Regions that had once been tropical paradises were frozen solid. Snow fell where it hadn't been seen for millions of years. Lakes froze, river flows slowed, and frost covered the bleak, ash-covered plains. Animals that relied on external heat found themselves defenseless against this all-pervasive cold. Even cold-blooded reptiles struggled to survive, and amphibians, extremely sensitive to any changes, simply disappeared in many regions. Only those who could generate their own heat had a chance. Mammals with their fur and birds protected by feathers had an advantage, but even they had to contend with the main problem, a total lack of food. To survive this endless night, life withdrew into itself. Mammals curled up in their burrows, conserving precious warmth and energy. They fed on roots, hidden seeds, and the occasional insect, growing ever thinner and smaller. Some may have entered a form of hibernation, slowing their metabolism to a crawl to wait out the leanest times. Birds survived on seeds, the only form of plant life capable of surviving the darkness. Their strong beaks allowed them to crack the hard shells and reach the nutritious core. Crocodiles burrowed into deep mud, slowing all bodily processes to a near standstill. They subsisted on internal reserves and the occasional prey that swam past. Life on the planet shrank, hid, and froze in agonizing anticipation. That night seemed eternal. Modern scientists estimate that the sky remained practically black for at least a year and a half, and possibly much longer. For any living creature, that was an eternity. Generations of small animals were born and died without ever seeing a true sunrise. During that time, entire evolutionary branches were wiped from the face of the earth. Plants lacking strong roots or seeds died out forever. Forests thinned, turning into ghostly groves of dead trunks. Entire ecosystems, millions of years in the making, collapsed, leaving behind only a vacuum. And when light finally began to return, the survivors found themselves strangers in their own world. The psychological impact of this, if we can even imagine it, must have been staggering. Animals are not philosophers, but they operate according to natural cycles. They sense the rhythm of day and night, the changing seasons, the comings and goings of warmth and cold. Existing in a world where dawn never came must have been completely disorienting. All the cues that guided their migration, reproduction, and foraging simply vanished. Birds that once navigated by the sun were lost in perpetual darkness. Plants that bloomed in response to changing daylight hours never bloomed. The entire calendar of life was erased. Even now, millions of years later, we can see the echoes of that catastrophe frozen in stone. This stone record bears the scars of the Great Extinction. Look at the fossilized bones. Growth lines, reminiscent of tree rings, tell a grim story of starvation, constant stress, and stunted development among those who survived the first years after the impact. Chemical analysis of the shells of mollusks that survived the cataclysm clearly indicates that the ocean waters turned icy, and the bottom sediments of ancient lakes are veritable obituaries, layer after layer recording the sudden death of all life, from microscopic algae to fish. Each such discovery is a chapter in the same book. A book about a world where time itself seemed to stand still, swallowed by an endless, impenetrable night that refused to end. In our imagination, mass extinctions often appear as instant apocalypses, a blinding flash that wipes life from the face of the earth in an instant. But the truth, as is often the case, turned out to be far slower, more painful, and more brutal. The asteroid impact itself was merely the detonator. the firestorm it unleashed, the shock waves that swept across the planet, and the ash clouds that obscured the sky. All of this was merely the first act of the tragedy. Afterward came the longest night in the planet's history, a protracted, freezing famine that sealed the fate of the species that survived the initial hell. The great dinosaurs did not vanish overnight. Their era did not end. It slowly faded over long, agonizing years. They literally melted like candles in the wind, with each new dawn, dimmer than the last. Each new season brought ever greater cold. Each new generation was born weaker and smaller than the last. This continued until not a single one remained on the planet. And yet, even in this kingdom of darkness, the spark of life was not extinguished completely. Sturdy seeds hidden in the earth survived the fiery hell and the cold. Nimble mammals, hiding in their burrows, found salvation underground. Birds, descendants of dinosaurs, desperately clung to the meager gifts of a parched world. Seeds stubbornly bided their time, and insects adapted to feeding on rotting organic matter. And there, in the bottomless depths of the ocean, near the red-hot volcanic fissures where sunlight never penetrated, life continued as if nothing had happened on the surface. It was these tiny pockets of life, these last bastions, that became the tenuous thread that kept the Earth's biosphere from complete and utter collapse. The greatest night in the history of our planet did not become its end. It became the prologue to a new chapter, although no creature trembling in that darkness could have guessed it. It's hard for us moderns to even imagine living in such a world, but history offers a faint hint. In 1815, the eruption of Mount Tambora spewed so much ash into the atmosphere that the following year, 1816, went down in history as the year without a summer. This caused crop failures and mass famine across the globe. But this event lasted only 1 year, and global temperatures dropped only a few degrees. Now imagine this effect multiplied by tens, if not hundreds of times. Imagine a winter that lasts not a season, but years, decades. Its impact would be truly monstrous. That long night left its mark not only on the geological strata, but on the very fabric of life itself. It mercilessly decimated the dominant species and cleared the way for mammals who waited in the shadow of the giants. When light finally returned, the survivors had to adapt to a world of deprivation, cold, and unpredictability. And the rising sun illuminated a planet that no longer belonged to giant lizards. It became home to small, inconspicuous, but incredibly resilient and adaptable creatures. Yes, the night ended, but its passing was neither quick nor painless. The light returned painfully slowly. At first, it was only a timid twilight. Then it grew stronger and stronger. Plants finally sprouted from seeds that had patiently waited their turn in the frozen ground. Insects followed, and after the insects, their prey. Forests slowly began to recover, and the planet once again donned its green robes. But the memory of that endless night was forever imprinted on the genetic code of the survivors. It remained in the instincts of every mammal that learned to hide, in the habits of every bird that mastered the art of survival on seeds, in the very structure of every ecosystem, literally reborn from the ashes. And perhaps, somehow, this ancient memory has survived within us too, for we are the children of that night. We are the descendants of those tiny creatures who survived the darkness and hardened in a world of silence and hunger. Without that night, mammals would never have had their chance, and there would be no people able to look back and tell this incredible story. The Great Night was more than just a tragedy. It was a turning point. A complete reboot of the planetary operating system, a transition from one great era to another, and while Earth continued its orbit, littered with the scars and traces of survivors, the ashes were still slowly settling. The air gradually cleared, and the sun prepared to return. But before its rays could bring new life, new, even harsher trials awaited the survivors. The oceans, the climate, and those fragile communities that remained would be tested by the cold. The darkness retreated reluctantly. Even when the bulk of the ash had settled and the sulphurous haze in the atmosphere had dissipated somewhat, The heat that had once engulfed the planet had given way to the exact opposite. The planet began to rapidly cool. Global fires had consumed enormous amounts of oxygen. Soot had blocked most of the sunlight, and now the atmosphere was covered in a thin film of microparticles, reflecting back into space the meager percentage of light that did penetrate. The result was more than just cloudy days. A global, inexorable drop in temperature had begun, felt in every corner of the world. At night, the Earth rapidly released its accumulated heat into the frigid void. Lakes and seas cooled, and winds carried this cold across the continents. Scorched plains and devastated coastlines became silent witnesses to a world changed forever. What began as a problem of the sky became a problem of the Earth. Then it became a problem of water, and then a problem of blood and bones. It wasn't just dark, it was unbearably cold, and this cold wasn't like a typical winter chill, with a predictable beginning and end. No, it crept up stealthily, like a silent killer. A week of cool weather gave way to a month of constant frost, and then came the season when the ice on the fields didn't melt even at midday. In regions where warm tropical nights once reigned, a thin crust of ice now covered the ground at dawn. Ponds froze, and small streams turned into icy cascades. Great rivers slowed their flow near their banks, and their quiet backwaters froze completely. This global cooling affected all living things. Cold-blooded animals were the first to bear the brunt. Their bodies could no longer maintain the temperature necessary for life. Mighty reptiles, which only yesterday had basked in the generous rays of the Cretaceous sun, now froze on the cold shores, turning into living but helpless statues. The sun became a dim disk in the gloom, and living creatures froze as if the very life within them was freezing. Amphibians, seeking shelter under damp foliage, found their shelters brittle and frozen. Even insects slowed their metabolism, their movements became jerky and frugal, and their life cycles were disrupted. Plants faced a double blow. First, the light went out, halting photosynthesis, but many species survived, subsisting on the resources stored in their roots and stems. The drop in temperature was a second devastating blow. Their cells, already starved, were now bursting with ice crystals from within. Some plants had defense mechanisms, special proteins and sugars that prevented freezing, but most did not. Evergreen needles turned brown. The broad leaves of tropical forests turned black and fell. In fire-scorched landscapes, a layer of ash served as thin insulation, but the soil beneath it still froze quickly and deeply. The seeds, however, told a completely different story. Enclosed in the ground, dry and protected, they waited patiently. The cold only made them wait longer, but waiting wasn't the seeds' enemy. Waiting was their primary survival strategy. In the oceans, the cooling at the surface occurred almost instantly. Sunlight was blocked by dust and soot, and the upper layers of water rapidly lost heat without receiving any in return. Winds stirred these layers, lifting icy water from the depths and sinking warmer water. This process, known as convective overturning, altered the chemistry of entire ocean basins. Nutrients that typically accumulated at the bottom rose to the surface, but the phytoplankton that could have provided a feast lacked light for photosynthesis. Organisms that died in the first days of the catastrophe sank to the bottom and decomposed, sucking oxygen from the water. This process spread, creating vast dead zones. Fish, already suffering from starvation, now began to suffocate. Some plankton, passing through their gills, sucked the last bits of oxygen from the water necessary for survival. Along the coasts, devastated by the mega tsunami, the coastal waters were dark as brewed tea, filled with silt and rotting plant debris. They became caustic from acids leached from the ash layer. The cooling turned these coastal zones into stagnant death traps for numerous species. On land, the cold completely changed the behavior of mammals. Those who had previously survived by hunting insects at night or gathering fallen fruits were now forced to spend long, freezing nights in their shelters. Their entire lives were reduced to short, risky forays from their burrows, surviving on stored fat and body heat, huddled in tight circles. Their tiny size became their greatest asset. What had forced them to hide in the age of dinosaurs now granted them salvation. They found refuge in rock crevices, underground tunnels, and deep burrows where at least some warmth remained. Fur played a key role. The dense underfur retained precious warmth, while the fatty coating repelled moisture. Teeth also became a crucial survival tool. Seeds and roots are tough food even in the best of times, but with the arrival of eternal winter, they became even harder and more difficult to chew. In this icy wasteland, they proved to be the true key to survival. Jaws, designed by nature to crack and grind hard food, offered a priceless chance to conserve energy in the face of eternal winter. But for birds whose lives had always been synonymous with movement and flight, dark times had come. Their incredible agility now became a curse, as it required vast amounts of energy, which was no longer available in this world. The few birds that specialized in seeds gained an unexpected advantage. Their beaks, like pincers, easily pried open the protective shell, and their digestive systems efficiently extracted the precious sugars from the kernel. They became tireless seekers, scouring the scorched earth and peering into the hollows of fire-blackened trees in search of dry reserves left over from the old world. Those who hunted insects stalked the last dwindling swarms during the day, and under the cover of night, they desperately rummaged under bark and through rotting leaves, searching for frozen larvae. Their dense plumage, with its phenomenal insulating properties, helped them maintain their body temperature in the deadly cold. However, this luxury came at a price: high-calorie food, which became incredibly rare. Only those who could find such sustenance continued on their journey, exploring the desolate territories in search of a better life. Sometimes their wanderings led them to coastlines, where icy winds chilled them to the bone, but the ocean tides occasionally washed ashore the remains of some food, a pitiful gift from a dying world. Meanwhile, high in the sky, invisible to the eye, processes were unfolding that would determine the fate of the planet. Sulfur aerosols ejected into the stratosphere continued to act as a giant mirror, reflecting sunlight back into space. This led to the formation of a huge number of tiny droplets in the clouds, making them brighter and whiter, which, in turn, paradoxically allowed tiny amounts of solar energy to reach the surface. The global fires died down, and soot production ceased, but the soot particles already hanging in the air remained. The smallest of them, picked up by stratospheric winds, could swirl above the planet for years, creating a dim light. To make matters worse, the planet's ozone layer was breached in numerous places. These breaches will pose a deadly threat when the sun returns to full strength, bombarding the survivors with harsh ultraviolet radiation. But at the height of this planetary ice age, the main problem lay elsewhere. The daily energy supply to the Earth's system was reduced to a minimum. The rapidly cooling surface evaporated ever less water. As a result, storms and rain became rare in some regions, while in others, moisture condensed on cold surfaces and fell as snow. Places that hadn't seen snow for tens of millions of years now lay blanketed in white. This bright blanket reflected even more of the already meager sunlight into space, only intensifying the global cooling. The land suffered. After the fires, the hillsides were left bare, devoid of the vegetation that held the soil in place. As the ground froze and then thawed, it literally breathed, rising and settling. With each new freeze, the water in the soil expanded, pushing rocks and roots upward, and with each thaw, the loose surface slowly slid downward. Small mammals hiding in burrows suddenly noticed the roof of their shelters sinking, forcing them to roll over and frantically dig again. Reptiles, using shallow shelters, were forced to burrow ever deeper, escaping this perpetual movement of the Earth. The remaining predators, including small theropods that survived solely by their resourcefulness, sought new strategies. They turned to scavengers, devoting their last energy not to hunting but to searching for frozen remains. It was an unfavorable trade-off: more energy spent searching, less on digestion. But even with this approach, the mathematics of survival remained ruthless. Those who managed to survive learned to read the new, hostile reality. They found leeward slopes where there was less snow. They patrolled the shores of frozen lakes in the hope that a fish would swim too close to the ice surface. They combed the edges of burnt forests, where fallen leaves and hidden insects could still be found under fallen tree trunks. The cold created its own patterns on the ground, and these patterns were maps of survival, but only a few could read them. Among these few were those who found true refuge. Geothermal zones, rare oases of warmth, offered thawed earth, warm water, and a stable microclimate. They arose at the edges of volcanic fields and where groundwater emerged. Frogs and insects, huddled close to the salutary warmth, inhabited these pockets of life. The caves maintained a relatively constant temperature. The southern slopes of the hills in the mid-latitudes caught the slanting rays of the low sun and remained a degree or two warmer than the surrounding plains. Along the coasts, tidal pools, heated by geothermal heat or complex currents, also protected their inhabitants from the most severe frosts. These refugees were tiny. They couldn't accommodate the full diversity of life that had inhabited the world before the catastrophe. But they gathered the survivors together in tight-knit communities where the struggle for survival continued and family ties were preserved. On a normal planet, winter always brings calm and renewal, but during this great cold period, spring never arrived. Nature's responses were desperate, improvised. We read the chronicle of this era in the very bones of animals. Their growth slowed. Deep scars on teeth indicate long periods of starvation. The shells of mollusks and snails have imprinted in their isotopes the drastic changes in the chemical composition and temperature of the water. In the bottom sediments of lakes and seas, we see black layers indicating eras when there was no oxygen at the bottom, while coarse layers preserve the memory of storms and shifting ice. The Earth kept its own diary. And as the dark years wore on, the initial cause of the cooling began to shift. Massive fires released colossal amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and volcanic activity, which continued for years after the impact, only exacerbated the situation. Under normal conditions, this would have led to a sharp warming. But while a reflective curtain of aerosols hung in the stratosphere, the greenhouse effect was suppressed. When these particles finally began to disperse, the climate system failed to smoothly return to its previous state. It became unstable. Regions covered in snow and ice remained bright and cold longer. Oceans, whose currents had been disrupted, did not return to their previous routes. Water flows took new paths, changing the coastal climate. The years following the peak of the cold snap became a true final test for those who had already survived the worst. The gradual warming brought both hope and new dangers. Warm periods offered a chance for reproduction and dispersal, but sudden late frosts could instantly destroy defenseless clutches of eggs or the meager food reserves that had barely begun to emerge. Many mammals during this period likely developed a new life strategy. They became smaller, reached reproductive age sooner, and prioritized quantity over quality of offspring. Flexibility became more important than narrow specialization. Those who could eat everything, seeds, roots, insects, survived. This versatile diet allowed them to navigate a mosaic landscape where warm patches alternated with cold ones. This was far more reliable than depending on a single extinct plant species or rare prey. Plants returned to the land. At first, these were low-growing, fast-growing forms, able to take advantage of any brief window of favorable weather. Grasses, which had already existed at the end of the Cretaceous, thrived particularly well. They were ideally adapted to growing on parched and frozen soil. Their growth point was close to the ground, protecting from the cold the few that could feed on them. Ferns, as always after cataclysms, were the first colonizers. They turned patches of land green as soon as moisture and temperature permitted. Shrubs followed, and trees returned painfully slowly. Open landscapes became the norm, which benefited animals who preferred forest edges and sparse woodlands to dense thickets. The legacy of the Great Cold is forever imprinted on the bodies and behavior of the survivors. The thick fur of their descendants is a direct reminder of their ancestors, for whom warmth was a matter of life and death. The ability to hibernate, or at least slow metabolism, provided a decisive advantage during periods when temperatures plummeted and food ran short. Storing food became a vital skill. Seeds hidden in burrows during the best of times saved them from starvation during the worst. Even burrow architecture likely improved. Chambers appeared at depths inaccessible to frost, and entrances became angled, protecting them from the piercing wind. Social patterns also changed. Living in groups became advantageous, as shared warmth helped conserve precious calories. Even among birds, many modern habits, such as huddling together on communal roosts, may have originated during those terrible cold times. The instincts that compel animals to forage for food together have deep roots, reaching back into the distant past. Their origins become clear if we imagine ourselves transported to the times of their ancient ancestors. Imagine long, chilling nights when the meager food gathered during the day barely filled their stomachs. The rivers themselves taught them harsh lessons in survival. During harsh winters, ice would encase the banks, gradually creeping toward the center of the stream. Beneath this icy crust, channels remained where water still flowed. It was there, if there was enough oxygen, that fish found their last refuge. Ancient mammals quickly learned that these icy edges were both deadly and vital, dangerous because the thin ice could crack under their paws at any moment, but beneficial because the cracks and crevices offered access to weakened, freezing fish. When the shockwave from the asteroid impact and subsequent cataclysms transformed the world, ice jams blocked riverbeds and silt deposits formed new banks, flooding dry channels. Those creatures that dared to search for food in these tiny clearings and openings in the ice gained a decisive advantage. They found food here and now without waiting for the mythical change of seasons, which might never arrive. In the vast oceans, the rebirth of life followed a completely different pattern, uneven and chaotic. Where meager rays of light still penetrated, sudden outbreaks of plankton blooms occurred. These oases of life were vast but short-lived. They rapidly absorbed the remaining nutrients and just as quickly faded. Species adapted to cold water began to conquer new territories, displacing warm water inhabitants, and the few warm water creatures that miraculously managed to survive found themselves trapped in shrinking belts of warm water near the equator. Food chains were rebuilt on the fly, forcing the survivors to adapt to new, harsh conditions. They were forced to exploit any available resources, including vast accumulations of organic remains, trillions of dead and dying organisms floating on the ocean's surface. Carrion became the basis for survival. Scavenging became a central feature of both ocean and land ecosystems, tying them together during dark times when traditional food sources had all but disappeared. But cold itself is a powerful weapon. In this global conflict, everything was decided by time and the balance of destructive forces. First, the darkness caused by ash in the atmosphere blocked access to light and destroyed the very basis of life, photosynthesis. Then, the fire raging across the planet burned away the vegetation and incinerated the seed reserves in the soil. Giant waves generated by the impact washed away all life from the coastlines, and earthquakes shattered the earth itself. And only then, when the world was already on its knees, did it arrive, the all-pervasive cold. It deprived all life of its last hope for a future that depended entirely on a constant supply of warmth and resources. The sequence of these catastrophes was of colossal importance. If the Ice Age had come first, under clear skies, many plants and animals would have been able to find ways to survive and adapt. And if darkness had descended on the world without a sharp cold snap, some organisms might have been able to use the heat stored in the ground and simply slow their metabolism, entering hibernation. But these two factors together, darkness and cold, left virtually no chance. They narrowed the field of choice until only the fittest, those who had found safe shelter and, of course, the luckiest, were able to survive. One might think this was a game in which only the smallest survived, while giants were doomed. However, size alone was not a death sentence. A tiny creature with a high metabolism and a keen need for constant warmth faced no less difficulties than a huge herbivorous dinosaur deprived of its food. Look at the situation from the other side. A giant crocodilomorph, with its slow metabolism, access to water that didn't freeze to the bottom, and the ability to go months without food, was in a much more advantageous position than a small specialist whose life depended on the nectar of flowers that would never bloom again. These examples clearly demonstrate that under conditions of severe selection, those traits that reduced daily energy expenditure and expanded the ability to find any, even the most meager, resources came to the fore. In a world where the landscape turned into a desert, offering only pitiful scraps, the need for calories only increased with the onset of eternal winter. Over time, memories of the warm, verdant Cretaceous faded from the genetic memory of the survivors, but physical traces of that era remained everywhere. Charred stumps of giant trees, fallen trunks buried under layers of sediment, and entire dunes of ash dusted with a thin layer of snow. The daily reality of those who survived the catastrophe was now defined by a new, icy climate. The air became so frigid that every deep breath burned the lungs. Water taken into the mouth instantly siphoned the warmth from the tongue and throat. Sounds traveled differently in this frozen world, sharper and farther in the ringing silence of silent nights, and muffled when the snow began to fall again. Predators learned to exploit these new acoustics to hunt, and their prey learned to listen to the silence itself, which could conceal a deadly threat. Even as the darkness began to lift, the imprint of the cold remained. When sunlight finally began to penetrate the surface, and plants timidly began to sprout, their first shoots had to struggle through soil scarred by freeze-thaw cycles, poisoned by acid rain, and reshaped by powerful storms. The landscape was transformed beyond recognition. The restoration was uneven. Some hillsides were covered with sparse vegetation, while neighboring valleys remained completely barren. Animals moved along these green arteries as if following the tide line on a deserted shore. Those with the ability to migrate long distances followed food, and those tied to their small territories survived or perished depending on how fortunate they were with their patch of land. The cold was a cruel test, but it also became a great selector, determining the evolutionary path even for species that didn't yet exist. The distant descendants of the survivors inherited survival strategies forged in this icy crucible: the ability to accumulate fat, grow seasonal fur, instincts for seeking shelter, and flexibility in choosing food. The cold wasn't just torture. It conducted a global inventory of living organisms, identifying those who could run fast, hide well, or wait patiently. In places where ice covered the ground in a solid shell, only the most adaptable survived. When spring finally arrived, the ice on the lakes broke with a deafening crack that echoed for miles. Shorelines collapsed under the onslaught of meltwater. Channels cut by moving ice created new routes for rivers and, ultimately, for migrating animals. Fish populations experienced dramatic booms and busts. After a few years, the fry lucky enough to hatch in a good year would find that nutrients and light were abundant, and their numbers would skyrocket. But in other years, sudden freezes would freeze over their spawning grounds, dooming entire generations before they could hatch. This unpredictability gave an advantage to species that could spread the risk, spawning in different places and at different times. Conversely, it became a death sentence for highly specialized species tied to short windows of time. The air itself took on new rhythms. Now, without dense vegetation to slow the winds, fierce gusts swept across the open plains. They repeatedly kicked up dust and ash, carpeting the valleys with low, dirty clouds. These bone-chilling winds blew the last of the Earth's heat from the surface, making any activity incredibly energy-consuming. But paradoxically, these same winds also piled up huge snowdrifts that protected the soil from deep freezing. Beneath these blankets of snow, seeds patiently awaited their moment, while small mammals dug tunnels, creating their own stable world just a few centimeters below the icy surface. From above, it might appear to be a frozen, lifeless desert, but in fact, beneath the snow, a dense but well-organized life teemed. The cold also dramatically affected reproduction. Eggs, requiring constant warmth, simply failed to develop in most cases. Species capable of carrying their young internally gained a colossal advantage, as did those who could flexibly adjust their reproductive cycles to short periods of warming. Many evolutionary lineages likely became smaller, and clutches and broods became more frequent. This allowed for a quicker start to a new reproductive cycle if conditions deteriorated sharply. Where parental care existed, it became a crucial factor in survival, providing warmth and protection that the harsh environment no longer provided. These changes were not accidental. They were filters that selected only the traits most beneficial to the new conditions. Even when the cold finally receded, the world it left behind was a shadow of its former pre-Paleogene self. Forests became lower and sparser, while open spaces, on the contrary, became the dominant landscape. Food chains shortened, with far fewer large animals, and were now dominated by small, fast, and agile creatures. The Cold Era wiped out long-lived and slow-growing life forms, giving a green light to speed, flexibility, and the efficient use of resources to raise the next generation. This set the stage for everything that was to come. The planet wasn't destined to become a perpetual ice cap. Radiation balance would begin to restore itself as aerosols fell from the atmosphere and greenhouse gases reaccumulated. However, over those long, dark years, the icy heart of winter left scars too deep to ignore. It altered the composition of seeds in the soil, permanently imprinted new instincts on animal behavior, and reshaped coastlines, riverbeds, and ocean currents that prepared the world for the next stage of its great rebirth. When the first truly warm season finally arrived, it was greeted by a biosphere made cautious and wise by the hardships it had endured. And so the slow return to life continued. The ice on the lakes that had borne its weight began to thin. The winds died down slightly, and plant shoots grew stronger. The ground became soft again, and the air more gentle. Those very survivors who had dug tunnels, huddled in groups, and shared their last food, now explored a new world with wonder. They began to wander further and further from their refuges. Although the cold was still a frequent guest, it no longer dictated the rules of every minute of their existence. In the void left by the Great Dying and the Ice Age, new laws of life began to form, indicating that the world the dinosaurs knew was gone forever. Everything that happened next was a direct consequence of this all-consuming cold. The future now depended on one thing: when the first rays of light would break through the veil and when the first timid green shoot would hatch on this scorched black-grey earth. Imagine, for over 150 million years, dinosaurs reigned supreme on land. They weren't just another group of animals, they were the very foundation on which entire ecosystems rested, the most colossal creatures ever to walk the planet. Their sheer numbers and insatiable appetite literally sculpted the landscape to suit themselves. Their tread shook the earth like thunder. Their shadows stretched for kilometers, and their presence was as inescapable as the cycle of day and night. From titanic sauropods with their impossibly long necks that reached the crowns of the tallest trees, to multi-ton herds of horned ceratopsians that marched across endless plains, all were part of this great bygone era. From predators whose jaws were designed to crush bones like dry twigs, to feathered hunters no larger than a modern hawk, they occupied every imaginable role in this grand spectacle of life. They were true giants, and nothing in the entire world could challenge their boundless might. However, in an instant, as if struck by a celestial stone, all these rules were rewritten. In the dark, blood-curdling years that followed, their great empire collapsed. It's important to understand that extinction is extremely rare. When we hear the phrase, dinosaurs went extinct, our imagination conjures up a picture of them all collapsing dead in an instant, and the world plunging into silence. But the reality was far slower, more brutal, and drawn out over long, agonizing years. When firestorms swept across the planet, when forests burst into flames like matchsticks, and ash blanketed the sky in an impenetrable shroud, the end didn't come suddenly. It crept up unnoticed, like hunger and thirst, like a slowly creeping weakness that sucked the life from their mighty bodies from within. They were enormous, but this immense power required constant nourishment. Each sauropod, to maintain its mass, comparable to that of several elephants, required hundreds of kilograms of vegetation every single day. Tyrannosaurus rex required constant hunting to fuel its incredible muscles. And so, when the plants died, when herbivores began to starve, when even carrion became rare, the giants simply had no strength left. They were forced to moderate their colossal appetites to somehow cope with the world that was rapidly shrinking around them. Let's cast our thoughts back to a herd of hadrosaurs. Once, they were a living river of mighty bodies, flowing through fertile valleys. They roamed together, their loud cries echoing across the landscape, their young seeking refuge in the protective midst of the herd. Now, consider that same herd after a catastrophe. The ground is shrouded in a deadly shroud of ash, the rivers are choked with rotting debris, and the trees are mere blackened skeletons, their dead branches reaching skyward. They moved agonizingly slowly, their ribs ominously protruding through their withered skin, and their eyes were frozen in a dull hopelessness. Their cries were no longer full of power. They were pitiful, broken wheezes of despair and confusion. The young stumbled and fell, and the ring of surviving predators tightened ever tighter. The desperate animals were no longer fighting for dominance, but for survival. Every step forward sapped their last strength, and every piece of bark, found or root dug up, could not satisfy their monstrous hunger. With each passing day, the herd thinned. Predators suffered no less. The body of the Tyrannosaurus rex, the famous Tyrannosaurus rex, was a true masterpiece of evolution, the embodiment of primal might. Its skull was crafted for crushing bites, and its muscles for speed and incredible endurance. But such power came at a price. Without prey comparable to its size, this masterpiece of nature became a heavy burden. The hungry Tyrannosaurus rex, once the terror of the valleys, instilling terror in every living creature, was now forced to prowl pitifully through the dead grey forests. It fought smaller, more agile predators for the pitiful remains of its prey, risking mortal injury in each encounter, since without its next meal there was no chance of healing. Some, driven to the brink, likely turned on their own kind. These deadly battles weren't for territory or mate rights, but for the measly calories hidden within the body of a fellow predator. The slow disappearance of prey meant that every chase, every lunge, every blow consumed far more energy than they brought. The cold only exacerbated this rapid decline. Unlike modern reptiles, dinosaurs weren't entirely cold-blooded. Many were likely warm-blooded or somewhere in between, creatures with high metabolisms, perhaps even feathers. But warm-bloodedness came at a high price. The constant need for food in the face of widespread famine was a death sentence. Tiny ancestors of birds could survive this time by feeding on surviving seeds, slowing their metabolism, and huddling in any crevice. But giant dinosaurs couldn't afford such luxury. Their metabolism demanded more than this dying world could offer. Even those who tried to escape by migrating hundreds of kilometers found no refuge. Darkness and cold engulfed the entire planet. No pristine paradise awaited them over the horizon. In the oceans, giant marine reptiles were hurtling down the same deadly spiral. Mosasaurs, the pinnacle of marine evolution, fell victim to this merciless struggle for survival. These predators, like the fearsome Mosasaurus, thrived in a world teeming with fish and ammonites. However, when the plankton, the very foundation of the entire marine food chain, died, the entire ladder leading to the top collapsed. Fish began to starve, ammonites disappeared, and soon the same fate befell the mosasaurs. Their colossal size, once a symbol of their superiority, now became a deadly burden, inexorably dragging them to the bottom of oblivion. For the pterosaurs, the enormous flying reptiles that dominated the skies, the story was no less tragic. They soared over the Cretaceous coastlines in countless numbers, some with wingspans larger than those of a small airplane. They fed on fish, small land animals, and carrion. But the fish population collapsed. Land animals died out, and soon the food supply was completely destroyed. The fragile, hollow bones of the pterosaurs, perfectly adapted for soaring flight but utterly unprepared for the rigors of the New World, made them mere temporary survivors. The skies grew increasingly desolate and silent until the last giant silhouettes dissolved into the gloom forever, leaving behind only smaller life forms. The feathered descendants of the theropods, which we today call birds, became silent witnesses to this great collapse of the giants. This process wasn't just ecological, it was also oral. A deafening silence descended upon the planet, and the sounds that had once filled the prehistoric world faded one by one. Forests that had once trembled under the heavy tread of sauropods now lay frozen in stillness. Ash fell silently where myriad leaves had once rustled. Rivers that had once churned as herds of dinosaurs crossed them now carried their murky waters silently. The giants left behind a gaping void, and this void became the cradle of a new world. The fossil record shows us this transition, albeit fragmentarily. In the uppermost layers of Cretaceous rocks, we still find dinosaur bones. They are present, though often the remains of small and emaciated individuals that likely died very young. But ascend a centimeter higher on the geological scale and they disappear. Completely. In their place appear the tracks of mammals, birds, and more resilient reptiles like crocodiles and turtles. The giants are gone, leaving only silence in their wake. Large animals disappear while small ones survive. This pattern is not random. It is a direct consequence of scale. Enormous creatures require stability. They require extensive food chains and predictable climate conditions. Small creatures, on the other hand, can thrive in chaos, feeding on scraps, hiding in burrows, and simply waiting out the worst. When global catastrophe strikes, large size becomes an Achilles' heel. This realization of how tenuous the balance hung is sobering. If conditions had changed even slightly, if a few dinosaur lineages had managed to hold on just a little longer, they might have been able to regain their footing once the sun once again shone upon the earth. And then the age of mammals would never have arrived. But the burden of loss was too great, the night too long, and the cold too brutal. Even the most majestic of giants could not cross that chasm. But they haven't vanished without a trace. Birds carry their legacy on their wings. Every sparrow outside your window, every hawk soaring on the air currents, every penguin gliding across the ice of Antarctica, and every hummingbird hovering over a flower. All of them are direct descendants of those who managed to survive as small creatures, feeding on seeds and hiding in the cracks of a crumbling world. The giants have fallen, but their kind lives on. Birds still sing, build nests, and soar through the skies. Their voices have become quieter and more varied, but they are still with us. For the surviving mammals, our distant ancestors, the disappearance of the giants became a ticket to the future. The world suddenly opened up before them. Forest clearings no longer shook with the trampling of multi-ton footsteps. The plains no longer belonged to house-sized herds, and the sky no longer darkened with terrifying wings. The stage was clear. Those who had played supporting roles in the giant's shadow for centuries now had a chance to take center stage. And we mammals, slowly but surely, began our ascent. We began to occupy the vacated ecological niches. This didn't happen overnight. The recovery process was long, uncertain, and full of setbacks, but the giants were gone, and with them the old world order. The end of the Age of Giants reminds us of the fragility of all things. Dominance does not guarantee survival, and size is no protection from a crushing fall. For millions of years, dinosaurs seemed invincible. Their world was stable. But a single moment, a single impact from space, upset this balance, and the very traits that made them rulers, their power and size, brought about their demise. In their absence, life began to rebuild itself. Smaller, more cautious, and adaptable creatures took over, and on the foundations of this new order, a completely different Earth began to emerge. The giants ruled in the light of day, amidst warmth and abundance. Their twilight came in darkness, cold, and hunger. But even after their departure, the world was not empty. In time, new giants would replace the old rulers, albeit in a completely different guise.